Allegation number 4, no patents. See, patent filings are different from patents. But in my opinion, what's extremely weird is that you have a company that is willing to advertise on Instagram that Boxable has filed for over 60 patents. And they show documents that look very official to make it seem like Boxable has intellectual property. But when you actually look at the SEC filings for Boxable, you won't find an intellectual property rights section under assets. That's because it doesn't appear that Boxable actually owns any rights to any of these patent filings. Instead, the father's company, Paolo's company, owns all the patents and the patent filing rights, and instead would lease those patents to Boxable, receiving a 1% commission on all future Boxable sales. So if they sell a casita for $50,000, Paolo will receive $500 for every single Boxable casita they sell at that price because he owns the patent, which means that individual investors do not own any patents in Boxable. Boxable has no intellectual property per their own SEC filings. But that is not what they suggest online. And this is why a lot of people say that seems fraudulent. How could you suggest you have your own intellectual property when you actually don't?
We have over 60 patent filings on all the various stuff that we do here.
Boxable has 60 patent filings? Holy smokes.
But
then again, it's no surprise. According to Galliano himself, their research team includes 3 people.
So is it mostly you and your dad who do the research, or who all does the research?
So it was me, Paolo, my dad, and Kyle Denman. The 3 of us,
you guys together do the research.
Yeah, we worked on it.
That's it. Galliano, Paolo, and Kyle. And most of their research is just conducted on Google or YouTube.
And where do you do all the research? I mean, for like the next gen product?
YouTube.
Stop.
I swear to God.
No, that's awesome.
YouTube, Google, calling people, asking weird questions. That's kind of what it's been the whole time. And then testing stuff for real.
Testing. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Some employees say there's nothing unique or proprietary about the way Boxable does business, that designs have existed for over 45 years for some of the products that they are using. And when Galliano was confronted by me at the factory to reiterate why there is so much R&D spend, why are they spending millions of dollars on research and development, but they're not showing any intellectual property on their balance sheet, Galliano said, oh, well, now we have a big team.
But nobody else is doing the research right now.
Yeah, quite a lot of people are doing research. I guess the core direction comes from us.
But that's not consistent with what he previously said. And it seems to me like there might be a way Galliano and his father and Kyle are potentially able to siphon money or a higher salary out of research and development expenses to make it seem like they're researching, when the reality is they're just looting their own company. Allegation number 5. Apparently, according to insiders, multiple influencers who were once critics of Boxable have been approached with stock offers, buyout offers, commissions, and affiliate links to turn them into fans. In addition to that, apparently Boxable bought out their own Facebook page so that they could purposefully remove negative criticism and Business Insider articles exposing some of the lavish spending that Galliano and Paolo are doing, potentially with money that they're raising directly from investors. Consider the fact that Galliano sold $5 million in shares at the highest valuation the company had just last year.
And then at one point you sold some shares.
Yeah.
About $5 million worth?
Yeah.
Why? Just to live?
Wanted to pocket some money, and it's about Paolo did as well. It's about 1%, less than 1% of our total holdings.
Now Galliano tries to make it seem insignificant that $5 million were dumped, and if both of them dumped $5 million of the $140 million they raised, then they actually dumped about 7% of the cash they raised to pay themselves so they could buy their own mansions. On top of that, they then sold, if it's true, they both sold about 1%. Galliano himself said it.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that
then they both sold more shares to make more cash go into their pockets than the company itself has in equipment. This is a manufacturing company that we're supposed to believe is worth $3.3 billion. Yet their last balance sheet shows they have $6.2 million in plant, property, and equipment. Even if they had $20 million in plant, property, and equipment, for a $3.3 billion company, this is a joke to retail investors like you. And what did Galliano allegedly do with that $5 million? Well, that brings us to looting the company. Allegation number 6. Galliano, according to Business Insider, bought a $5 million mansion and an $870,000 house himself. He left his name in the $870,000 house to make it seem like he was living in the $870,000 house, but apparently actually lives in a house that one of his entities now owns, and it's worth $5 million that he just bought in 2022. Business Insider claims that Paolo and Galliano spent more money on real estate for themselves than Boxable made in gross revenue in 2022. My opinion here is that Galliano and Paolo had a vision for solving housing in the world, but realized it's much easier to get influencers to peddle a scam and promote a high valuation for a company that's straight up fraudulent. And instead of actually providing a product, live off perpetual investor money raises. This is a big red flag, especially since the company does not appear to actually be fulfilling any of its promises. Instead, now there are allegations that Boxable has purchased a $100,000 executive Escalade, like a limo, to chauffeur around, quote, VIP influencers to say nice things about the company. At the same time, apparently, their salaries have been increased from $300,000 to $400,000 last year. That's the range they were paying themselves according to SEC filings last year, to now in new filings in Canada. Apparently, their salaries have been raised to $800,000. Now, these are things that I'm hearing and being provided by confidential sources, so I can't personally verify some of this information. But again, you could use this information to ask Boxable directly and conduct your own fact checking. Allegation number 7, the scam of valuation. Apparently, Boxable is convinced that it's a wonderful thing to tell the world that D.R. Horton, one of the world's largest home builders, invested in Boxable. But they don't tell everyone bluntly that D.R. Horton invested at a substantially lower valuation, one that was about 10x lower than the previous or the current valuations that are being sold to retail investors today.
DR Horton investment you mentioned was during the convertible round. That looked like it was at a valuation of about 10 to 15 times smaller than the valuation now. What changed?
So that round basically ended before we had done anything.
Okay.
So, I think it was a convertible note. So I think it's around 200 million valuation, something like that.
But Galliano makes a further point that's potentially even more damaging. He argues that they are able to use D.R. Horton's supply chains to get materials cheaper.
So they just, invested, cash in the company at the same terms as everyone else, at the same terms as all the.
Can you say how
crowdfund
much
people,
they invested?
$1 million.
Okay.
And then they placed an order for 100 units.
Yeah.
And then they also hooked us into a bunch of other resources at their company, like including their supply chain.
Okay.
So, for example, we can now buy stuff at their pricing.
That's
and
great.
they're the biggest builder of like cabinets, toilets. So it's pretty good.
But internally, employees recognize the company spends most of their money at Lowe's and Home Depot, and it would take a, quote, team of forensic accountants to actually figure out where they spend all of the money that they do for Boxable, that things are so messy, they don't feel comfortable even acknowledging where products are really coming from. But the reality is, it appears, per allegations inside the company, that D.R. Horton doesn't provide any supply chain support to Boxable. So this is a question I would pose to Boxable as well. On top of that, here's some pictures of emails that were exchanged between Galliano, who was pitching the company, and then a firm that was valuing Boxable. Galliano apparently wanted to SPAC Boxable, try to raise as much money as possible. And the company came back and said, hey, we know you're basically raising money at $3.3 billion, but even with generous expectations for forward revenue, we're only able to value you at $300 million. This means a professional valuation firm thinks Boxable is worth $300 million. And that's before all of these latest findings, where at the same time, the company was selling shares at 10 times the price. Now, Galliano thinks it would be crazy to actually raise money at a 1-to-1 valuation or a lower valuation. He seems convinced that the best thing to do is just see what the market's willing to pay and basically take advantage of retail investors who don't understand they're being diluted away to virtually nothingness. In fact, when I estimated how much I would invest in Boxable and how much that would turn into cash, that is, how much cash value would I have at the company, the quick math I did suggested if I put $1 million into a company that was selling for, let's say, 2 times cash value, then I'd know I would be paying about $500,000 in cash for the company. That's how much my money would be worth. My $1 million would be representative of $500K in cash and $500K in company or brand value. When I did that math for Boxable, I realized $1 million would really only leave me with about $320 of cash to show for it, and the other $999,700, $600-ish dollars, somewhere around there, would actually be worth the brand value for the company. I'd be paying that much money for the company. Now that is risky when it seems like a lot of the elements that the company is selling in terms of the vision, the permitting, and the legality of the units is potentially a straight up fraud. Now, again, I want to be extremely clear. I want Boxable to succeed because I think we need affordable housing. And there are ways that Boxable could solve these problems. They could be honest about what's going on with the permits. Hey, kill the rumors, show us the permits, or at least be honest and tell us you don't have any permits and that your RV permit got revoked. Number 2, show us what intellectual property Boxable actually owns, not your dad's company. Number 3, show us how you're fixing your accounting. Number 4, prove that anyone is actually reordering from you. So far, it doesn't seem like the Department of Defense, the Arizona mine, or SpaceX is wanting to reorder from you, which to me, if it's such a great deal, seems odd. And instead, it seems like you're perpetuating a fraud. Number 5, disclose which influencers you've given shares and payments to. Number 6, disclose how much you've actually been paid. Your salary's doubled, but your financials show that you might be actually making a lot more money than just your salaries, not only in stock-based comp, but also what's going on with that R&D. Who really is on the R&D team, research and dev team? Number 7, disclose that D.R. Horton didn't invest at the same valuation as regular investors. They were paid 10% interest in the convertible round, which Galliano confirmed that D.R. Horton invested in the convertible round, which according to public filings appears means D.R. Horton was actually paid 10% interest on the money they invested before interest rates skyrocketed, which means 10% was actually a really, really good deal, and reveal the truth around the terms of this investment that you got. Then, number 8, why are your employees fleeing? Why did your chief legal counsel just leave? Why did Hannah just leave? Why did Hunter, a structure?
McNimis, can you please show your face? I think it's Moose, but thank you. How you doing today, man?
Hello, how are you? I'm just waking up, drinking some coffee.
Is there anybody out there?
Cool. Hey, what's going on in your? Can you enlarge your? Can you put full screen on your screen? What's going
Okay.
on there? You know what I mean? Can you like turn your cam? Like what was
engineer
that?
and number 4 employee and designer just leave? Why did your general counsel just leave? And why are many more employees bailing out of Boxable? What's actually going on at Boxable? I don't know all of the answers, but I encourage you to do your own due.
What's up, dog?
Hey,
Hey,
Moose.
Moose, how are you doing today?
It's great. It's great, man. It's great to see MC Nemesis again. He's been in these streets making his name be known
Hello!
all
Hey,
over the
can you
place, Larry.
enlarge your leg? I see that. What's going
Hey,
on there? What is
Manel,
it?
how are you doing?
What's that
Good to see
machine,
you.
Larry?
Larry's
that
playing with his
machine?
technology.
Can you enlarge your screen?
That's like
due
enlarging
diligence
your penis.
because I'm
It's damn
concerned,
near
and it is my
impossible.
opinion that Boxable is a fraud. I don't have a way of verifying the information in this video beyond what I've presented to you. So it's entirely possible that all of this information is wrong. Maybe
It's
Boxable has
wrong!
fixed this.
It's all
Maybe
wrong!
these are just bitter employees or bitter journalists trying to bag on Boxable. That's entirely possible. I don't know. But some things just don't smell right.
So that was interesting. Oh, here we go. What is that?
I can't hear you.
Okay, that's your mic
Some
setup.
technology.
That's your mic setup and stuff. That's
What?
pretty cool.
What the hell over?
Floppy rakes? No. Of course I do. Of course I got the floppy rake. Where is he removing leaves from?
Okay, Larry, that's pretty cool mic setup. What microphone is that?
Oh, I don't know. I just got it from Amazon.
I'm getting that stuff off. Go.
Moose,
I don't need to be told how to
mute
do
yourself.
everything. What's up, MC?
Mute yourself. I'm trying to talk to Larry.
My bad, dog. My bad.
Yeah,
Hey, what-
Moose.
Hey, well, do you smoke weed?
Nah,
yeah.
man, I'm doing it right now. That's why
I
I'm
am. I'm
wondering why you're all
smoking weed right-
edgy. I'm getting all hot, edgy and hot headed, and
Why?
cause man, I'm getting all freaked out, man. Everybody's on my ass today.
All right, well, just calm down and just realize that there are good people out there, even though in your world there doesn't seem to be many. There are good people, and I'm here today to talk to you about it. If you want.
And who are these good people?
Hey, man, I
don't
want to
know.
hear about it.
You know, just people that's willing to talk to them, and gender affirming specialists as well.
Talk to who?
Just counselors.
Wait, so you want me to talk to like a gender affirming counselor to make sure that you
No, I didn't
are
say
actually a man?
I didn't say that.
Okay, I'm confused.
I know,
Yeah.
but you need to relax. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Relax. Fucking relax. I'm smoking weed. I'm about to show you. Larry? Dirty Larry.
What?
All right, you see. All right, this is what
This
I
is
smoke.
hilarious.
This is what I smoke weed from. What, Moose? This is the kind of content that I make, dude. Fuck you.
What are you talking about? Show me what you're smoking with.
This. Glass pipe.
That's
Look
right.
how
Like a crack pipe.
Look how big it is. It's a Gandalf pipe. This thing is like 3 feet long.
Why
3
is it all
feet
white
long? Holy
instead of
shit.
black? Why is the pipe all white instead of black?
Because it's filled with smoke.
Ah.
Yeah.
But you kinda-
Moose, looks like you're a part of a lot of live streaming channels. I see you're really big here in the live streaming community.
Yeah, but they're trying to tarnish my name.
Well, that's easily done, isn't it, Moose?
Well, when you're a man of wonder like myself, man of high stature,
You know I'm
You know.
giving you shit, dude.
It's easy. It's easy.
You know I'm just giving you some shit.
Oh, I know, but these guys, they actually believe it. They actually believe that I'm so powerful that I'm like bringing down their channels and stuff. And I'm like, I'm not even against you. I don't even get it.
Well, let them
Okay,
believe
so
what they want to believe, and they can believe what they believe, and that's what I'm sticking to. So there.
That's right. They're in their imaginations, man. It's like, dude.
Can we talk about me now?
Larry, let's talk about you. What's going on with you,
whoa.
Larry?
Come back to reality. Reality.
Excellent.
See, MC, you need to get one of these things.
That's cool, yeah.
You know, when you crack a joke or something, somebody laugh for you.
Word
Well,
up.
thank you very much, Moose, for joining me today. It's been kind of boring, sitting here by myself. And always enjoy your
Yep.
company,
All
your wit,
by
your humor,
myself.
your fuck ups,
You're
my
not
fuck
by
ups.
yourself, Larry.
What about me, dude?
I
It's
don't
all
know you.
about you, brother.
This is the first time I've ever seen you, heard of you, or
Yeah, but
whatever.
I'm here on your. I'm trying to do everything Moose gives you, but more.
Well,
Actually, I met MC
it's
Nemesis
kind of like the
on
old saying,
his
proof
channel
is in the
before.
pudding.
What's up,
Proof is in
Manel?
the
She knows
pudding.
MC Nemesis. He's been around the block.
Yeah, man. For sure, sure. Yeah, we remember Nemesis. He was on Paul's
He's our
thingy.
boy. He's not
I'm a
only
nobody. I know
a
nothing.
cool dude in the streets. He's a rapper.
I remember. I remember. I remember.
Yeah, him and Tom McDonald are gonna make a single one day.
That'll probably
Ooh.
won't happen. I'll probably never be big enough.
Ooh. That's a stretch, though, Moose. Come on.
It is.
A boy
Even
can
if I had
dream.
millions of views, he only works with people he knows in real life. You know that?
Well, that's
I
good. I
do.
mean,
I
that's
know that. I know that.
keep it straight, dude.
You know
Dirty
what?
Larry. Yeah, I'm a rapper, and I'm from the South.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's me. People make fun of my accent. People make fun of the fact that I'm a rapper, but I do this. I do
Hey,
this. I published 2 albums and
MC.
10 singles.
MC. You be you. You always be you. I
2
got a friend
albums,
from. I
10
got a friend
singles.
from Kentucky. He's got the same twang as you got, mate.
Guys,
So
He's
it's
I'm
got
all
the
telling
good.
you, I
same
got a
twang.
look. I got a 6-track EP
Same
coming later
twang.
this month. 6-track EP. 6-track EP. I've already got 2 full albums. I got 10 singles, and I got a 6-track EP, and then I got an album coming in the fall.
Good for you, man.
Like, bro, I'm I'm not even nowhere near that. I haven't even put one song on record.
Isn't it,
Although
Moose?
I've done some karaoke on YouTube.
Moose, we're doing well. We know you can
What's going on?
sing.
Who knows I could sing?
I know you can sing because I've heard you.
Oh, Jesus. Maybe if I got a better microphone,
Through
I could take
the
some tips from the
tulip.
true MC. Like, I don't even make fun of
Actually,
you, Nemesis. I just try to feel that fire because I want to get that flow
so
going in
maybe
you, you know?
Moose and MC Nemesis should get together. That might be good.
Yeah, hey, I mean, I'm feeling pretty high right now.
I mean, I am the producer.
Of what?
I've never been fired from my job either. I've always walked out.
Same.
You're a quitter?
Nah, it's not that I'm quitting. It's just I got to go on to bigger and better things. Like, if you don't want to be a star, then we can't work together.
All right. Yo,
I'm trying not to limit myself. You know what I'm saying? And if you limit yourself, then we can't work together.
yeah, man. On point.
Oh yeah, I'm on my knees.
Inside of the brain, it's no wonder. The blunder is caused, the rumble in the thunder will pause and raise the raised hands of the gods.
Now, there's the elephant in the room. Oh.
Side to side a little,
Oh.
don't give it as I hold the throne, never choke. This is wicked suicide, going all out, headed for broke, so it's do or die. Can you hear me now, homie? Because it's either you or I. Deeper look into these cool, shallow, hallowed eyes. Many past lives, living analyzed, see, smell, felt, recognized, confused, lost, or traumatized. Left minds hypnotized, coordinated, overlaid, supersized.
You're on your knees.
I remember this actually. I think we've gone full circle, haven't we? Forgive me, my head's nodding.
Down on my knees with both of these broken palms pressed together so firmly. Scars so deep,
That is brilliant. I like it.
the pain I was led to believe was part of learning. Tell me what the hell is my mind still finding? Years grinding, turning and journeying, standing the same. Breathing, how the hell from my pain? Lost soul screaming and yelling, hurt me, yearning. War torn child at home, it felt me sturdy. Put batteries, my heart was making it given.
Larry, you still feel like your boys stuff.
Out my pants, feeling for me. What the fuck? My rap, that's all search. She open your bitch. They get the dealage. I'm the realest.
This is Larry's boy,
Now I'm
isn't it? Alright. It's Larry's boy. Oops, MC buggered off. What's that?
I'm so tired of worn down.
Maybe it's
Well, anyway,
because
you
your
were
boy.
talking about some raps. I thought I'd play my son's rap
That's,
for a
I
little
knew
bit.
it was your boys. It's your boys' music. And no disrespect to MC, but your boy is pretty talented, mate.
That's some pretty hot shit right there, right?
Right.
I'm just saying.
Just a saying, huh?
Yeah.
I've got
No,
a
he is-
boner to pick with you.
He is talented, though, your boy Larry. He is very talented.
Yeah, I think so too, but you know, my opinion's a little biased.
He's shy, though. Anyway,
Oh, hell yeah.
I just need you to understand that it wasn't easy.
I remember this one.
It wasn't easy for me. So just check it out. Yeah. It was hard for me at first, but I finally awoken from a broken state of mind. My eyes are wide open, and this time they ain't closing. So listen carefully to the truest words ever spoken, man.
Where the hell that Mick, whatever it was, go?
But,
Oh,
see,
he was here
I
to
have
talk.
these
He
kind of
he doesn't
views.
like listening. He OTW News played his music, and MC Nemesis left too. Just the kind of guy he is.
Oh, so it's got to be all about him then, is what you're trying to
Larry,
say.
I want to say how appreciative I am of those that look out across the ocean, because these are the kind of views I see as well. You know, I think we're all
I don't
connected in
wanna
one way or another.
squeeze.
The
I don't want to
waters,
squeeze.
the waters.
Well, dab nabbit.
Oh, dabby, dabby. Oh, ha, ha,
What
ha.
you got on your agenda for today, Moose? What kind of stuff do you got going on? You got to do some work? You gonna have the day off? You gonna do
I'm
family
always
thing?
working.
What?
I don't have a day off ever now. Like that's the thing most people don't understand. Like, uh, when I'm off,
Moose is
I'm
a
off,
papa.
and
You're
when
a
I'm on,
papa.
I'm on.
You're a papa now.
Well, that too, yeah. But like, no, we work every
So
day.
that
Like,
will take the time.
we're installing some toilets today, spreading some loam. We're landscaping and stuff. We got all kinds of wild and crazy things, wonderful
Wild
things.
and crazy things.
Nice.
Yeah,
Very,
so
very nice. Very nice.
it's a beautiful thing.
I guess the sun is shining on Scotland as well. So we are
The
happy
sun
here.
is shining,
The weather is sweet. Make you wanna
makes you
move your
wanna
dancing feet.
move. Da-na-na, da. Here is Manel.
You soppy sod.
She wants you to know she's been through hell.
I'm still alive though. They can't kill me off that easy.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking some strawberry plants, some wild
Nice.
strawberries, because
Oh, they're the best.
my other strawberries I bought from Home Depot, the
Mm-hmm.
starters,
Your
they never
signal's
really
going now.
they're like
Oh,
dead.
okay, sorry. Oh shit. So see,
What's
when
up?
we go and buy plants, this is the thing. So if you know where there are fruitful plants, you know, when you know your plants, you can go into
Yeah.
the woods and you can go and just take a little bit of the plant. Don't take the whole thing. You leave it there for nature. You take a little bit of the plant and you replant it somewhere else. And the best places, strawberries like nooks and crannies. They're another creeper plant, by the way. But when
Oh,
they
I know they're
find
everywhere on my property.
right, but when they're happy, they'll give you flowers and fruit. I promise you. But the best
I always make them
strawberries
happy.
are tiny. They're tiny. They're literally like your little pinky, the tip of your pinky. And the flavour in just one of those fruits is like, wow. Dude, I
Morning,
know.
Erm. Hope Erm's doing well this morning.
Hey,
What's up, ERM? Yesterday was a lot warmer in Maine. Today's a little bit cooler, but still nice, beautiful day out here. I hope Southern Maine is treating you well, sir.
so Scotland is actually warmer now. We're warming up here. It's never going to be nice and warm up here because we're like at the tip of the narrow land. However, it is warming up. So we're getting like
So you guys need
some
you need a lot of global warming to get to where you want to be.
exactly. Perfect, Moose. I like that. I like that camel face. That's hilarious, mate.
It just wants to make you go out and kiss those lips, huh?
Oh yeah, I'll give it a kiss.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Kisses. Lots of kisses. Larry, you soppy sod.
Camel
By the
day.
way, Larry, the beard suits you, mate.
I've always had a beard.
Oh, I know, but it's like perfectly trimmed.
Yeah, I shaved it up a little bit. She said she likes me in the goatee type thing, so I tried to do that. I don't know if I succeeded or not,
Oh,
but
bless. That's what love is.
well, if you'd close that mouth, you wouldn't get the sea breeze. So just to forewarn you.
But you want the sea breeze. I'm literally 2 minutes away from sea. 2 minutes.
I don't know. It
I
gets a little fish. It gets a little fishy sometimes.
little fishy. Actually, we're on the coast that fishes North Sea prawns. So they are langoustines that get sold for shit. They're like miniature lobsters, basically.
No doubt about it.
And they're very tasty, by the way.
Uh,
Especially with butter, garlic, and black pepper. Nom nom nom.
decide to come back
Oh,
and
haven't seen
grace
you
us with
back.
your presence, huh?
Oh, I checked
Hey,
out that dude. He's pretty good.
Who's pretty
which
good?
dude?
Joe Nobody.
That's my son.
He's a good rapper.
Oh
Yeah, he's
man,
pretty
here.
good. And those songs are over 10 years old.
Yeah, I thought they were pretty good, man.
Yeah, they're all about his life pretty much. He had a very interesting life as he was growing up.
Word up, yeah. Hey, Moose and Mantle Delay. How do you pronounce your name? Mantle Delay?
Just Marnell.
Manel? Like, is that a
Marnell.
British accent?
Well, yeah, I was born in London, Muswell Hill, but my first name is a Sri Lankan name. Moose is buggered off. But actually, so here's a boring bit of information. So my mother is German, my father Sri Lankan, with lots of Southern French. I don't know which one wanted to call me Marnell and which one wanted to call me Sita. So no one has ever called me Sita, but it is on my my commercial certificate of birth. So call me Marnell.
It's a nice name.
It's a lily. It's the national flower of Sri Lanka, the Marnell.
Where are you
Very
at, Mick?
interesting.
Where are you at, Mick?
Where am I at? North Carolina. The precious mountains. The precious mountains of our great land.
Yeah, I hear it's pretty down there.
I am as strong as the mountains when I'm around here. Spiritually speaking, it
That's
connects you
nice,
with
Nancy.
nature.
I like that.
Manel. And so, do you know how to unite your masculine and feminine energies?
Well, yeah, because I've always been a tomboy, but I am still a lady.
Okay, so you merge them in your side of yourself. However, you realize that you need a separate entity to get you there. The separate entity is that of man or masculine energy.
Mhm.
And together, you can become as one being. And that is the purpose of our creation. And when you
Yeah,
try to
because.
alter that, huh?
Oh, sorry. No. Please carry on. No.
This is my
Please.
belief system. When
Yeah.
you try to
Sure.
alter that, when you try to alter that, then things get really messed up because you're trying to unite masculine and feminine energies within your own being. And that's basically the preface of my statement here. And the reason I'm stating it is to try to convert you to my belief system because I want you to believe like I do. Honestly, I'm trying to educate
Hey,
you
man,
as well as
if you say honestly, then you're not being honest. You shouldn't
honestly,
have to,
yes.
you shouldn't have to state that you're being honest if you're being honest. The word system that we use is a construct, and it is to control the mind. It's to stop the mind from flowing. The mind is what we all are connected to. I am not transgender. I am a woman. However, I respect my masculine aspects. So I was given I had a father that was a structural engineer, and he worked with wood. So incredible man, tiny little man, but incredible. And he probably wanted a ball, but he took me and taught me about structures. So this is not, I am totally anti-transgender because you cannot become a female if you're a male. You cannot become a male if you're a female. However, and this is where the Jays come from, is that they believe that their God is basically transgender. Consciousness is everything. It's plant, insect, everything. Everything that you experience in this world. We are what we are when we come into this vehicle. The consciousness is what we all are. And we connect, and that is the mind. Okay, these are all words, but to simplify, the mind is not within our bodies. It is an energetic thing. We are first and foremost conscious energy. When we come into the physical, we choose whether we want to be man or woman. This TG stuff is a confusion. It's a weapon to control.
The New World Order is trying to take over. We have to stand up and fight for our rights as American citizens. You're from Britain.
Well, it
You need to stand up for your rights
MC.
too. But the New World Order, the
MC,
globalists,
this
are
is
trying to
not
take
just
over.
America. This is not just America, darling. This is every land.
Yeah,
Everyone stands.
The fire that burns inside me, I refuse to give up my rights.
you might
Sorry,
want to be careful there, Mick. You might want to. Might bite off a little more you can chew here with Manel. Manel's a very strong, very smart, very natural being, and she's very set in her way.
Respectful.
Yes,
No, but I no, I'm
respectfully.
not set. No, I'm not.
Well, I
I
might have used
respect.
a couple wrong words, but you know what I
No,
say.
no, they're not wrong, Larry. They're never wrong. You're never wrong with your words. I'm not set. I'm not set. I have seen so much in 56 years that profoundly changed my mind constantly.
Do you know what a psyop is?
Every day we grow. We don't stay. If we stay the same, we're not growing.
Do you know what a psyop is?
Obviously.
A psyop was whenever the enemy, the NWO, the New World Order, they're trying to get inside your head. I don't know what they planted there, but I can tell you what's real from fake.
MC.
I can tell you what's real from fake. Ask me a question about the New World Order, this shit that's going on.
I'm not going to ask you any questions. Listen, I've got a mother that was born into the Second World War. Okay, so I realise that, and then I have other family members that were born into the First and they were born before the First World War, and I mean long before. And they went through that war, they went through the other wars, and they experienced all the other nonsense wars. So this is the NWO is nothing new. They have been working on this nonsense for centuries. And I mean,
and I'm asking you to fight back, put up a resistance.
Pardon?
But anyways, I'm just here to report on the real
Can you ask
news.
me that question again, please?
I'm here to report on the real news. I'm MC Nemesis. I rap the real news, and I am the real news. I'm a real rapper, and that's just what I am. Now, I respect you. I respect all peoples, but there's ideologies that I disagree with. That's all I'm saying. One of the ideologies I disagree with is this concept of a globalist system, a new currency, this cryptocurrency. Do not invest in that. That's of the devil.
Well, I don't have any ideologies. What I do have, though, is my experience. And I'll share my experience, and folks can take what they want from it and leave what they want. And that's literally it. You will not find wisdom unless you experience it yourself.
No doubt about it.
Awesome.
Awesome. See, look, I'm not stuck in any kind of. I'm not stuck in any kind of ideology. I was given. I'm really thankful. My
Hey,
parents never. Sorry, go on.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Manel. Joe,
No,
nobody's
stop
here.
me.
Welcome, Joe. Good to see you. He says
Hey, Joe.
wisdom is an experience. Absolutely.
Absolutely, Joe. So I'm not giving any kind of ideologies here. I'm just sharing what I've experienced and what I've learned along my path. And I think when we start to go and tell people, oh, but you've got to be like this, you've got to be like that, complete nonsense. Be who you are. Learn who you are. Be yourself. You know, there's nothing wrong with being selfish when you're doing no harm. That's the only law. Remember that. Do no harm. It's not complicated. I can only reiterate what I have seen on my path. So I'm not telling anyone to do anything apart from what they learn on their path. This is the most important thing. When you stop listening to the gurus, you know what I mean? You start listening to your own heart, you will find where you've got to go, basically.
Joe says, I've learned throughout my life that even if somebody tells you the flames are hot, you won't know it personally until you touch the flame.
Joe is so on point, man. Joe, nobody, buddy. Excellent.
Gonna lay some words of wisdom down. No doubt about it.
No doubt. Excellent. Excellent.
Are you at work, Joe? You doing the old work thing?
Joe,
All right.
come on up.
He,
Come on
he's
up.
probably at work, so he probably won't be able to.
Oh, okay, fair enough. No worries. But nice to see you, Joe, and you're on point, mate. You're absolutely on point.
Yeah, he says he's at work.
Don't work
No,
too
Dad.
hard, mate.
I'm sorry. What was that, Manel?
I said, Joe, don't work too hard. But then, it depends on what your choice of profession is. Sometimes you have to work a little bit hard. Just like when you're walking your path, you have to work a little bit hard. And that is when you get to know yourself. And you've got to be selfish, because if you're not selfish, nothing else will prevail. There'll be nothing else. So you've got to look after yourself first. When you look after yourself, everything flows.
No doubt about it. What happened to Mick?
I don't know. Hey, MC Nemesis, come on. We want to hear what you got to say, man.
Yeah.
Mick. Oh, Mick. Come out, wherever you are.
Come out and play. Larry, you're having too much fun with that thing you bought.
Hey, what the old saying goes, the only difference between men and boys are the price of their toys.
This is true. This is very, very true. However, when I was a little girl, I played with the dollies, but I also played with the toy cars and trucks and rode on the back of big motorcycles. And it was fun. No crash helmets.
Hey, what's up? I'm back, everybody.
Back in black?
Hey, so the tomboy thing, I ain't buying it. I mean, I get that you like masculine things, but not really. I'll tell you what you like. No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking stoned, dude. What's up? What's up?
What do you mean, Joe? 2 plus 2?
What's up?
The sky.
What?
Oh, yeah, Larry, that's for sure.
What's for sure?
You said, what's up? And I said, the sky. And she said,
The
for
sky
sure.
is up.
Okay.
Come on now, get with the program. Day late and dollar short. Damn it.
He buggered off.
Yeah, I know. What
Well,
the
he was
hell?
telling me about. Hang on a minute. So, hang on, he's probably like 38 or maybe 35. I'm like 56, and you're like, Larry, come on, we know.
I'm
When
10 years older
someone,
than you. I'm 10 years older.
I
I'm
know,
66.
I know you are. I know, and I respect you for that. You've gone through way more paths than I have, and I'm certain.
Well, I wouldn't say more. I would just say different.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
have all gone our own paths in our own way in our own time. And
yeah.
depending on our journey
Response.
we choose the path as we wish to take,
Hmm.
good
Yeah,
or bad.
for sure. So when someone comes along and tells you, well, I know what you are, no, they don't. They don't know shit about you. Excuse my
I know
French.
what I am. I'm a
Exactly.
strange
Yeah, but
and wild and crazy guy.
but folk, look, for any age, however long you've walked this place, this potato, I still think it's a big potato. But when anyone comes along and tells you that I know who you are, I know what you're doing, no, they don't. They don't know anything about you. If you have tuned into your heart, you know who and what you are. You know your journey. So when someone comes along and says, well, do you know what I mean? I'm not going to use any words because, you know, there are no words for that. But it's like this kind of pointy finger nonsense.
Well, you
It's
know
just
what they
ridiculous.
always say: when you point your finger at somebody else, you got 3 pointing back at you. So go figure.
You're right. That's a good way of saying it. Couldn't have put it better.
It's like you
But
can't look at others without looking within. And if you don't look
exactly.
within, you shouldn't look at others.
So why did MC bugger off?
Who
Because he was all
knows?
like, he was all bolshy and ooh and this and that and blah 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 and
Oh,
it's
look at me!
ridiculous.
Look at me! Look at me!
Oh dear, bless you. I know, waving hands and all that. I know. Sorry, I wanted to just say, just let's get back. Oh no, listen, you're having too much fun with that new thing you bought, the
I know.
device.
Don't know
But
what
it's
I'm
good.
doing. I just try to do it when I do it. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. What the hell, Over?
It's hilarious. It's brilliant. I like it. It's a lot of fun. We need to have more fun in this world, you know?
No doubt
And
about it.
I know I can be a bit depressing at times, but I don't mean any harm. I'm just trying to, you know, in amongst the humour, we do need to be serious about what's going on. And I think this is essential to take care of your family, whatever you call it, you know, your tribe, your community. When you lose the ones you love the most, then you realize that you are now walking on your path alone. Joe, nobody. Hey, Joe. Nice to see you, mate. You spoke a lot of truth, by the way. Nice to see you. Hey. Munch, munch, munch.
Lunchtime, huh, buddy?
Bless you. Breakfast. That's breakfast, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's some good stuff there for you. All those
You know what we call
preservatives
them?
and
We
cholesterol and
call them
salt.
crinkly crisps. Crinkly crisps. Yeah, I do kind of agree with you, by the way. Yeah, I
No
do
time
agree with
for
you.
fun. Bah
We must
humbug.
have
There's always
the
time
system.
for
Oh,
fun.
Showing my dad.
Look at that. That's cool. Look at all those
wow,
fucking
you've got a
screens.
shitload of screens there. Good
That's
lord.
what he.
Oh,
That's
you're
what
in
he looks at
security
all
and
fucking
stuff.
day.
Aren't
Look at that shit.
you? Blimey, look at the screens. Good lord.
Could you imagine
Oh
having to
wow.
look at all that shit all day?
Jeez. Oh, wow, man.
That is cool. Look at that shit.
Isn't it? That's a lot of tech. That is a shitload of tech. Yeah, that's a security center. I did work in security, so I'm well aware of bits and bobs.
He watches
Bobs.
all the stuff for like the boilers and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, it's building security, so you have to make sure that everything's running smoothly. Nice fridges, by the way. Hope you got good nom noms in there. Oh my god, it's a huge fucking thing. Oh my god. Oh
He
wow.
works at a mill.
Okay. Wow, Joe. Fascinating. It sounds like a big beast, the noises coming from all the machinations. Wow. Oh my goodness. Ooh la la. Joe, may I ask, whereabouts are you, roughly? You don't have to give direct pointers, if you know what I mean.
I'm just a few miles from the old man.
Okay.
International
He's
paper.
here in Oregon with me.
Right.
Are you going up to now where you take all your pictures from?
I can. Give me a moment.
I thought that's where you were heading.
No, I'm on the second floor. I was just showing you the control room. I'll head up top though.
Locker room.
Yeah, there's showers in there too. We got a full kitchen.
Cool. Excellent. That's good. You should have all those facilities.
Ah!
Nice.
All right, I'm gonna put you guys in my pocket and I'll head up top.
All right, man.
We're in your pocket.
This is cool. It's the first time I've actually seen live video of this place. He showed me pictures of like all those screens and stuff before.
Right. Fascinating.
That's a shitload of monitors,
Oh my
though,
god,
wasn't it?
that's all the keys. Did you
Look at
see
that
all the
shit.
keys hanging on the wall?
Yeah.
Don't
that
lose the keys. Don't lose the keys.
Which one do I want? Those gloves. Yep, gloves.
All your safety gear.
Yep.
Joe, so folks don't really appreciate what security has to go through, the mundane little bits and bobs that we have to deal with.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of appreciation and respect for anyone that does this.
Brian was there when I came in, so it doesn't matter. That's his sleeping corner.
That's his sleeping
Yeah,
corner.
you're good.
A sleeping corner. Good Lord. So you'll be curled up like a little pussycat.
Yeah, I'll lower it today. They were complaining
Joe,
yesterday.
there's so many screens. That's bizarre, man. So there's all this stuff that you're monitoring. I mean, like sort of heating vents and whatever. And then you're also watching like folk walking about, hallways and whatnot. That's a lot of stuff that you need to pay attention to.
Yeah, he's got to maintain the pressure of the boiler and the different chemicals and stuff in different tanks and all kinds of shit.
Right. I get that.
All that water there.
So you're under the building, Joe?
No, he's inside right now.
No, he's under the building. He's on the lower levels. This is
We're on
under
the
the
second
building.
floor.
Oh, you're on the second floor. So what's
Yeah,
below
top.
you then?
Under the boiler.
Say again, sorry?
Under the
Under
boiler.
us is the basement, which is under the boiler, which is ground level.
Right.
The building's like
Right.
200 feet tall.
Oh, jeez.
We'll go up.
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't like those kind of lifts, man. They creep me right out. Oh, you're brave. Yeah. Oh, that's so high tech, isn't it?
Little cobweb.
Oh, cobwebs. Nice. Cobwebs are always good. Means you got
Daddy
spiders.
Loctite. There's the Danny Loctite.
They're not spiders, by the way. No, don't hurt it though. But what they do is they eat their own, and they eat all our
we
big.
repurpose the spiders. I don't kill them. Killing's the easy
No.
option.
Never kill a spider. Never kill a spider. That's good, man.
We don't kill any insects.
Good.
Pointless.
You're too
Like I
busy-
tell my son,
you're
man,
too
if
busy-
something comes
You're
here
too
and it's,
busy looking at all the boilers and the screens and stuff, aren't you?
What's that?
I said you're too busy looking at all the boilers and the screens and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Bless you. I don't envy you, by the way. I don't think I could do the security job anymore, and I did do it for a while. Oh wow.
Yeah. I mean, we're not security. We run the mill. We run the boilers.
Well, no, you're part of building management, actually. Wow. Oh, you're on top now. Ooh, look at that. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's really. Sorry.
All those pictures that I showed you that he took are up there, I believe.
Wow.
They supply the power for half our city.
Wow. Right. I was going to say, it looks like a big machine to me.
Old creepy shack.
Yeah.
Bless you, Joe, for sharing your work experience.
Absolutely.
It's cool. So if anyone ever just says, oh, you're only a this and you're only a that, you can just give them the middle finger, man.
Oh, no. We just got another fat raise. Oh, Dad, I didn't tell you. I applied at the University of Oregon and I got the job, but I turned it down.
Right.
I did. When was that?
Just a couple weeks ago.
Oh, yeah. What was
really?
that?
Oh, wow.
It was firing their boilers for the university.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was going to be about a $50,000 a year pay cut, though, and I wasn't willing to take that big of a hit.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a big hit. You'd think the damn university would be able to pay you better than that.
Well, over time, I would have gotten up there, but, you know, I'm not really looking to restart.
Right. That's cool.
Joe.
Yes.
Joe. Can you hear me, Joe?
Yeah,
Yes.
he said,
Are you going to do more music, please?
I have been doing a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's
I'm
all
not
really
getting
old stuff.
notified, though.
My
I'm not
music is
getting
taking a much
notified, mate.
different direction.
Okay, I don't mind. I'm open to all music, but I'm not getting notified by anything.
Oh, no, nothing posted.
Oh, okay,
Nothing-
fair
nothing-
enough.
I haven't posted on YouTube in ever. Just at
Okay,
home. I've
are
just
you
been writing a
going
lot.
to go on to Odyssey, Joe?
Sure, absolutely. When I have time to actually record, absolutely.
Because You can transfer your uploads from YouTube to Odyssey.
Odyssey, what's that?
Another streaming
OD, it's a good one because it's not censored, so you can say what you want basically, as you should anyway.
Is it free or free, Manel?
It is free. Yeah, it's free. You can just click on Odyssey, ODYSEE, and then just create yourself an account and go from there and just go read through the jargon. It's fairly straightforward, but there isn't, and it's even BitChute's totally attacked and possibly quite compromised. But Odyssey, for me, has been one. It can be a little glitchy, but it's pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, I watch a lot of stuff on Odyssey. So just go and set yourself an account up, and you can even directly upload to there, and you can do lives and stuff.
Okay.
It's a bit glitchy if you're using a tablet or a phone. So try and use a computer when you go on Odyssey. Otherwise, you're going to have issues watching live streams where you can't interact with the conversation going on. But if you want to put stuff up, Odyssey is a really good place. It's very simple. It's not, it's not. It is strangely.
How'd you like to turn that valve?
Yeah.
Oh wow! Oh my goodness! Oh my God, that's huge! Oh la la! How many of you does it take to turn that?
Oh, there's usually 2 people. There's a big knocker valve.
Wow, I thought that was smaller. When you put your hand up, I went, "Oh my God!"
Oh no, it's huge.
Yeah.
It is huge, isn't it? That's a lot of metal, isn't it? Wow.
Your phone's kind of hollow today, Joe.
No,
Well, it's probably the sound of the mill. It's really loud up here.
That valve wasn't as big as the other one.
all I can say is that we need guys like you over here dealing with our power structures.
Oh, yeah.
If you know
we
what
got a
I
lot of
mean.
good operators here.
Yeah, definitely.
These are the gates to what are known as the precipitators. So the exiting flue gases come out of the boiler. They come through here, and then they go through a section of the boiler where there's these rods that are hanging down, and they're all electrically charged with a corona that's an opposite charge of the particulates. And then so these little wrappers down there, a bar drops on each one of those little things, and then it knocks the boiler gases off of the plate, and then that below that is collected on a conveyor, which is the boiler ash.
I don't even know what I want to ask first because there's so much going on there.
Oh yeah.
So can you tell me what that tower is to your left?
This tower?
Yeah. What does that do?
So that's the stack for the main number 4 recovery. That's where our actual gases come out of. But we have to meet certain city requirements, opacity limits, right?
Right.
It can only be so dirty. In Oregon here, especially Springfield, our limits.
Is that an outfeeder then? It's an outfeeder.
Yeah, it's a stack. It's like it's a big muffler, basically.
Yeah.
I'll go show you guys the turbine. So basically, we create steam, right? And then we take that steam, we send it through an electrical condensing turbine. We take our 900-pound steam, we condense it down to 165 and 65-pound steam. And that's how we create the energy.
So are you
is your the man lift
is
you
your
could ride all the way up and down.
Joe, is your power base given energy from the coal industry?
No, we do natural gas, and black liquor.
Oh, right.
And black liquor.
Natural
Yeah, black
gas.
liquor is our main fuel source.
Oh,
And you get that from like
interesting.
the sawdust or something, right?
Yeah, we get it from wood chips.
Yeah.
Natural gas from wood chip.
No.
No, they
Our-
use natural gas and wood chips and make black
Oh, right,
liquor
okay.
and use
So-
that as
Okay, so I know, right, so on the wood chip front, I know a farm down in Northamptonshire that has gone to all their heating and power comes from this. Oh God, I don't know if I can actually verbalize it, but they're basically burning solid fuel. So because they grow grass for like racing horses, and they're like an agri farm, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
An agri farm. Yeah. So they're growing all sorts of different crop, and a lot of it, bless you, Joe, goes into the biofuel industry. I think you know where I'm coming from, don't you?
Mhm.
So they literally, I mean, they've got like cottages on the land and their own house. They also have solar, which actually works because it's high up on their buildings. But when they're going to put power through to the other cottages, they have this like huge incinerator building. Does that make any sense, Joe? Am I coming from? Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Like-
we're talking about the same thing here, aren't we?
Sure. In our boiler, for example, we don't like.
Yeah.
So we have 3 boilers. This big one I'm showing you, we're not firing gas right now. We're just
Mhm.
firing black liquor. It is
Right,
our
right, right.
main fuel source. And see, so here's under the
Right.
boiler right here.
Oh, that's a freaking. I mean, look, what I've seen was pretty big, running through a whole farm, but this is humongous.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, it's
massive.
huge. Wow.
So when the black liquor is burned in the boiler, it comes down. I can't show you the smelt spout unless I felt like it and I'll shoot it up, and I don't. But the smelt drops into this tank and it turns into what's known as green liquor. It's shattered by steam and water. It goes into this tank as green liquor. It's mixed with a solution known as leak wash, which is basically water. And then we send that back to the can here. And it's all just like the name recovery. All this stuff is recovered. So we continuously recycle and reuse. It's sent to another plant. It goes back. It's turned into white liquor. The white liquor is baked in with the chips. And then those chips get sent back to us. And as the black liquor, and then that black liquor gets fired into the boiler again and then produces the green liquor. And that's just a big loop.
wow, that is fucking cool.
Wow.
Thank
So
you
it's
so
like it's a
that.
big churning machine, isn't it? Basically.
Recycling itself, recycling its
Yeah.
own energy.
So it's power and it's power and recovery, right? The power end
Right.
is the steam and the electricity, and the recovery is the recovery of our actual fuel source.
So how many square miles of properties are you
Oh.
giving power to? If you know.
I mean, I would think we probably power, fuck, I don't know, close to half of Springfield. I'm not sure.
About
Okay.
60,000 people.
Wow.
So here's
Wow.
the turbine basement.
Right. Oh.
I'll go upstairs
Wow.
and show you the turbine.
Joe, are you all right showing all this stuff? By the way.
Yeah, I mean, technically, we're not supposed to have cameras.
Okay.
I didn't
That's
see.
why I asked.
I didn't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
I
it's
know,
not,
I didn't
it's
see
not
a
a big
thing.
deal.
I didn't see a thing.
Look at that shit.
This is the
Bless
turbine.
you, Joe.
That's the furnace.
Bless you, Joe.
No,
No, but
turbine.
this is really, see, when folks see this stuff, they get an idea of what is entailed in giving everyone power to their homes. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Shit. General Electric. They're no more. General Electric, I think
Larry, Larry, you talking about the GEC?
General Electric, GE. I think they're no more.
Well, they just changed their name.
Well, yeah, they
The,
got bought out.
the GEC, the General Electric Company. I remember them well over here in Britain. They're everywhere, and they would have just changed their name to something else.
I'll go do
Wow,
my air
that is
compressor round.
huge. That is a huge plant, isn't it? Good
Yeah.
Oh
lord.
yeah, it's massive. It
Mhm.
takes me longer to get through the mill than it does for me to get home.
Long through the mail, but what is it? 5 square miles or something? 10 square miles? How big do you think that
I
sucker
honestly
is?
don't know. I don't know how big it is.
Mhm.
You know, I live a couple miles away from the mill. I'm close, but it takes me longer to ride home than it does to ride through the mill.
No, it takes you less time to ride home than it does going through the mill. You
Yeah.
mean?
Sorry if I said that
Yeah,
backwards.
I
Yeah.
know that. I got that. It's fine. Good lord.
So do you still
Wow.
ride your bike up there?
If the weather's nice, absolutely. I just rode yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, do you ride a cycle or a motorbike?
He has an
An
electric
elect
bicycle.
Electric bike.
Yeah. Does like
Oh,
50 miles an hour.
but I was a courier on the motorbikes and in the vans, and it's like riding a horse when you're on a motorbike, man. And I'm sure you know, Joe.
Yeah, like I said, his electric bike does like 50 miles an hour.
Oh, that's too slow on a bike. You've got to have between 50 and 100 mile an hour capacity on a motorbike. For it
Well,
to,
yeah, it's
you know.
electric. You can do 0 to
Yeah,
50.
I get that. I know.
uh,
I get that.
I'm looking at new batteries that can go 90 miles an hour.
Oh, really? Wow.
With the same motor?
Yes,
Uh,
Wow.
same controller and everything.
have you
Yeah, yeah.
seen have you seen those new KO motors?
I mean, I generally am looking at bikes, not really motors, so I'm not sure.
Well, these new
Hmm.
KO motors, that's what the Surons everybody's changed it to is the KO motors and the KO controllers because they put out a lot more power.
Uh,
I'm new to that.
They're supposedly a lot more efficient. One thing I found out is on the Suron motors, the armatures are glued together,
Oh.
and these KO motors are actually riveted and glued together both.
Hmm. So it means you can't service any of the parts.
Well, the problem with the glue is once it gets hot, it delaminates.
Oh, that's not good.
it's Saturday, so there's not, as far as management's concerned, there's really nobody here.
Right.
Oh, that's why you can walk around, Joe.
Oh yeah.
Nice one.
Normally this place is a lot more alive.
Oh, okay, I'll get that.
How many people do you think are there during the day on a Monday through Friday?
Oh, not nearly as much as it used to be. Fuck, maybe. I think we have like 250 employees, maybe.
Yeah, that's
Huh?
quite a few.
But
250.
Yeah, but
that's not including contractors. There's probably 100 contractors on site at any one moment.
that's actually not a lot of folk to
No,
service a
there
facility
used to
like
be
that.
probably 4 times that here at this mill.
Ah,
Back when it was Weyerhaeuser.
right.
Yeah, the atmosphere here used to be a lot different.
I bet.
So they've got bought out since you've been there?
Yeah, when I started here as a hostler, just pulling trailers, it was warehouser.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
really?
shit, I started out pulling trailers here, and now I fire the boiler.
So
Yeah, I
you've
remember
seen it build up from
Oh yeah,
like almost nothing. Right, right,
I've
right,
I've
right.
I've been on site here for close to 17 years.
Damn.
Right. So I was going to say, how old were you when you first came along? So you've obviously, you've got a passion for this thing.
I got a passion for supporting my family.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's a good passion.
I mean, if I was single, I probably wouldn't be doing this shit. I'd be
Mm.
pursuing like personal passions that I would have room to fail in. I don't have much room for that failure. Because
But
different, mouths depend on me.
Joe, you should still pursue your passion,
Sure, I
even
definitely won't argue
even with
that.
your family. Yeah, no disrespect whatsoever. I'm just saying, your heart's passion will fuel your family. It will strengthen your family. So yeah, I get where you're going here, but if you've got something, and I know you make music, so don't let that beauty that comes from you, your heart, go by the wayside.
Sure. Yeah, we've been talking a lot about, personal businesses and then also possibly something like my dad's doing here, a podcast of nature.
Yeah, yeah.
I got a
That's
friend
good.
of mine. I got a friend of
Sorry.
mine that's trying to talk me into start my own battery building business.
You should.
Ooh. Oh, Larry, you're pretty clever when it comes, like your son. You're both pretty clever when it comes to this stuff. I think it's important to do it where you can, when you can. Realistically, obviously. What are you looking at? That's some big charts, mate.
This is our came here Elliott compressor. I'm taking readings on it.
Right. So, even with all the new technology, paperwork doesn't go away, does it?
Oh no, this has to be filed. And a lot of it has to do with auditing purposes.
Right.
We just had an audit actually.
Right. You just had one.
Yep.
I bet
Yeah.
that was fun, wasn't it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we actually did pretty well. We have a few audit items we need to touch on, but
Yeah, yeah.
so over
Oh,
there,
look,
over there is a
I
whole
don't,
another world.
I'm not
That's the
really.
paper machine over there. That's where
Oh, sorry.
this is a paper mill.
Oh my God.
So these big old things hold the stock
What
for
was
the
that
paper
big?
machine.
Oh my God.
But
Wow.
Yeah,
Dear
but
Lord.
I might be able to sneak over here.
Oh,
Kind of going to.
oh shit.
I think he dropped out.
Yeah, we lost him. That was so
Oh,
cool
he'll
though.
be back when he's got to do his stuff.
I think
But
he just
fascinating, absolutely fascinating.
I think he just lost his signal. Yeah, there he is.
Sorry.
I said I just
Yeah.
think he lost his signal.
Hey Joe, thanks so much. Yeah, it's fascinating, man.
Just the size of everything is just amazing.
It's it's like a city in itself.
Yeah.
Wow. But no one actually lives there.
Well, people live here.
Oh, okay.
I mean, fuck, I
So
damn near live
someone.
here.
They live there
Oh,
just
really? There's someone. Right.
16 hours a day they live there.
Shit. Excuse my French.
Palifu hama hama.
Excusez-moi. Okay. wanted to ask you a question. Have you ever worked there when? Have you ever worked there at night when the lights are not as bright, or are the lights always bright?
He go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I work nights every other week.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
he works 1 week days, 1 week night.
Oh, so it's rotational. Yeah, I'll get that. So,
I don't want
do
to go
you
into that building too much. That's the paper machine, and then I can start
do
getting
you
into.
do you experience creepy moments there, just out of interest?
I mean, in the old powerhouse, maybe, but not really.
You're quite pragmatic, aren't you? So you don't, you tend to not take
No,
this kind of.
I almost explore it.
You
I
explore it.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
I
good.
think
Oh, that's
I
good.
think probably the creepiest moments he's had has been when he's been up on that roof filming shit that's up in the sky.
Ah,
I mean, in the end, I guess ultimately I would only be being afraid of myself.
Yeah,
but there is that. There is that for sure. Thank you so much for showing us
yeah.
your labor.
This is badass.
No, this
We
is
we used to have
laborious.
big ass goldfish in here. People stocked goldfish in here, and they're not in
Oh,
here anymore.
really?
But I don't know what happened there.
Oh,
They were the millfish.
Millfish. That's funny.
wow.
I'm gonna show you the storeroom.
Is that just regular water they keep there for use?
I mean, no, that's an old thing. I don't even think that's in use anymore.
Mhm. Wow, them lights are really hideous, aren't they? Good Lord. Oh, there's your put your money in the box if you want anything to come out. Oh, canteen.
Lunchroom.
More boxes to put your money in.
Let's see.
Wow.
What do we want today?
Oh, what is that? I've never seen boxes like this. What's in there then?
Probably sandwiches and stuff.
Nah, that looks like personal stuff. Joe, tell us.
I'll show you.
All right, go on. You got a key to your own personal box, didn't you?
Login code.
Oh, for glove. That is cool. What the fuck?
Right. Yeah.
What
So, I know. Right. So I already knew what was coming out.
Yeah, they even had a blood pressure machine there.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that particular item. I am talking about the fact that I actually did artwork for vending machines. Wow.
Write it down.
I did artwork for vending machines, which is where you just took them gloves out of with a little touch panel. Joe?
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about, Larry.
Yeah.
It's
5
fascinating.
amp hours.
Wow.
That's cool. What voltage is that?
6 volts.
So these are all your different types of batteries for all the different things, the components that you use, obviously.
Yeah.
So what? 6,
Mhm.
12, 18, 24, 30 volts here.
Right. Wow. Joe, I really hope you don't get in trouble, mate.
Nah, not at all. I've done plenty
You
of that
sure?
here.
Bless you. Wow. Oh my God, it's like a candy shop.
Wow.
Wow. There's everything you need. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Lower down. That's bottom Bottom brush.
Buddy.
Bless you. Wow, you've all the gardening equipment and everything. Oh my God.
You name it, they got it, huh?
Wow.
Like a Home Depot of
Isn't it? It's just like a Home Depot. Oh my God.
Oh,
See them
there's nothing.
buckets? See them white buckets that you just walked past? Don't
Yeah.
go back. But
I mean, back here,
no.
the real store.
I got buckets.
Yeah. Look at
I
all
got
that.
buckets like that, buying
at-
products.
Yeah.
And they also came from clients that had bought products that didn't want to use the buckets. So I took the buckets away and I used them and I paid nothing for them. Wow. Yeah, man, this is like candy shop. It's like we have a thing over here. I don't know if it's still going because I haven't been there for a while. We call them scrap yards. I think you've got them over there too, haven't you? You know what I mean?
Yep.
So you've got like places that have got bits and bobs of like whether you're dealing with houses or cars or whatever, and you've got literally every little kind of thing you can find. It's brilliant. You've frozen though. Oh, I can see you now. Oh, bulbs. Wow. I tell you what I do like. I love these drawers. I want some of these drawers. You know?
Oh yeah.
Wow, that's serious.
I would just like to have the room for the drawers, let alone the drawers.
See, this is where I was saying that I'm a tomboy, is because my dad was a carpenter and he showed me how to build stuff. So I was dealing with wood and metals and all sorts of stuff, and he had this kind of stuff around him when I was small. So I really do appreciate
Nuts.
a man being a man.
Look at that. Nuts and bolts.
But it doesn't mean that women can't learn things when the man ain't around to do things, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I know.
There's loads of nuts. Loads of nuts. All
I know.
nuts.
When I lose my nuts, I know where to go. I go to Joe.
All the nuts and the washers and the bolts. Oh my God, they're huge bolts. Ooh la la. Oh, lots of bolts. Nuts and bolts. Wow. Oh my God, it's like stacked, isn't it? Good Lord.
Yeah.
Wow.
Badass.
Fascinating. Thank you, Joe.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Please do some music, man. I know you got to earn a living, but please do some music because you really got a talent. Mate.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. That's what you should do. That's what you should do. Dad puts the music on, you walking around the freaking place, mate. That's what you need.
I wonder why the one soundtrack is longer than the other. This one is a lot longer. That one's longer than the other one. Calling the birds. Oh,
I bet you got a load of birds there as well that sit around. Right.
Isn't that a bird on top of the thing there?
Yeah, it's a geese. A goose.
Wow.
A goose ends. Oh.
You wouldn't think a damn goose would stay around there with all
Oh,
that.
they migrate here. They have babies here.
Yeah, but
Oh,
when
wow.
I'm
Oh, it is a goose. That's a black neck. Two of them. That's a pair.
I would
You know,
say
they come to
Go
Scotland.
ahead, Mikey.
Sorry.
I do not, good sir.
what I was trying to say is I wouldn't think they would hang out there with all that noise.
They like the heat.
Yeah, that's probably
Right.
true.
So geese are pretty hardy creatures, and they come from the north, even further north, to Scotland when it gets really cold in the north. Yeah, they're amazing. I love geese. They're amazing. So we used to have this field outside my village where like hundreds of them would come like in huge flocks and settle down on the pasture. You know, they're fascinating. And they're not small, by the way.
Oh no, yeah, they're large.
They're beautiful animals,
Yeah,
though.
actually, what runs the mill is these geese. They own this place,
They all,
and we have to stop for them. They'll be crossing crosswalks with their babies.
Oh, they're beautiful animals, though. I love them.
Oh, he just took a crap.
You want to quack to them. You kind of want to quack to them. Do the yeah, kind of a quacky, croaky sound. It's more. They obviously know you. They know you.
no
'Cause
doubt
if
about
they
it.
didn't know you, they'd be gone by now. Yeah, they definitely know you.
Oh, when they migrate here, they fly directly over my house. I mean, they have the whole city to do it, but they fly over my house.
It's when, I mean, we've seen this less and less because you used to get like they'd fly in a big, huge arrow where you'd get
So
the
there's
lead
your cover.
bird. Yeah, but not so much anymore. So I don't know what's been going on with them, but they've not even come to settle here so much, which is a little bit concerning. This is amazing, though. I mean, it just shows you how nature will always be perfect and come and join in with, even if it's a little bit dystopian and it's maybe not what nature likes, but
I think what I've learned about birds is the way they hear is definitely different, because even in the loudest parts of this mill, they'll hear a faint whistle.
Right.
So they're definitely on a different wavelength or frequency with their hearing.
Yes, absolutely. Well, they and this is why when they fly, they call to one another. It's like like the bats do and the sharks do, and pretty much.
I think they see differently too. Like I feel like they see some sort of like lines in the air.
Yep, absolutely. They definitely. It's like a echolocation type thing. So they're more tuned in with like, I don't know, the vibrations, everything.
Yeah, so this is all evaps in here. This is where the black liquor is evaporated on this area.
Wow.
See here, there's nothing like peeing in front of these during the winter.
So this is where the heat is, and so they kind of tend to.
Oh, I mean, no, as far as the animals go, I just meant me personally. Yeah. I like to pee in front of those when it's cold out.
It's fascinating.
Where we take our black liquor samples. Show my dad.
Okay.
This is Paul, my mill dad.
Hey,
oh no, you're
nice
good.
to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Huh? Oh shit.
Bless. Hiya. That's his other
water
dad.
Plant. This is our water plant I'm about to walk into.
Mm-hmm.
This is where we treat the water. These are
Right.
anions and cations.
Okay. So they're big, huge vats.
Now the water gets caustically treated and treated with acid also in these units. So you
Right.
get 2% acid in here, and then you get
Mm-hmm.
50% caustic in here.
Right.
The water has to be a specific pH for the boilers.
Right.
You don't want too acidic,
Kind of
and you
like
also don't want it too alkaline. Got to be just the perfect,
right.
like
So
9.5 to 10.2.
right. So it's kind of like our skin likes the pH to be really low,
Sure, the
or, well,
boiler's
about
no different, right? The
5.5.
shittier stuff you
But
put in
when
your body is going to eat through the tubes in your body, no different than the tubes in the boiler.
right, so you know that when it goes inside the body, it needs to be more alkaline. But the
Yep.
skin, so we're kind of strange because we are kind of across. If you, I'm simplifying this. So to explain it to those that don't know, our skin needs to be more acidic, so around the 5.5-ish mark. But when we ingest things, they need to be more alkaline, so closer to 7.8, 8.5. I think that makes sense. I think you know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about, Joe.
yeah, for sure.
That elevator's pretty quick, really.
Isn't it?
Oh, this one, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this is the elevator that took the place of our man lifts.
Wow.
They got rid of our man lifts because somebody died at a mill using them.
Oh,
But the man lifts, they were just big belts, right? That would
right.
constantly be going, and then you just kind of step on it and get taken up. But they're open, right? You're just hanging on to a little fucking thing.
That's not good. This is huge, isn't it? It's like a city.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bless.
Cool.
He's a dude, isn't he, your boy?
What was that? I'm sorry.
I said he's a dude, your boy.
That was cool.
Well, you thank him later, will you?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
So do you got any plans for the day, Manel?
well, yeah, I've always got plans.
Any-
My cat is a bit better. I know people don't like me talking about my cat, but he's been peeing blood. So he's not had the last couple of days has been a bit. I mean, he's chilled now. He's like a little Kaiser roll on the bed next to me. But the others are all fine. The other four, the three girls and our parents' cat, fine. But this one, he's a little sensitive. And folk don't get this, that when you've had a creature with you for like over 6 years and they were like only 8 weeks old and abandoned, why would you do that to an animal? Shove them in a box and leave them outside someone's gate. That's not nice. So yeah, it's
I
not
gotta
really about the money.
I gotta go take a vitamin. I'll be right back.
All right, no worries, mate.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No apology necessary, mate.
Well, I found out a while back that if I take a vitamin in the morning, it really helps my moods, my disposition,
Right.
able to handle things better. Just I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. So there's
Hey, well,
obviously some kind of chemical imbalance that the vitamins are helping me. So I try to. If I don't take them in the morning, I'll forget. So I try to take them right in the morning.
but whatever works for you, really. I think we're all different. I don't get on well with multivitamins, so I tend to do things separately. So I'll do MSM, which is it's one of the metabolizers, so it's naturally occurring sulfur. And I also do L-tryptophan,
Yeah.
which is really, it's something that is, and I'm not a veggie. I'm not a veggie. I eat meat, I eat vegetables, roots, grain, whatever, seed, blah, blah, blah. But there are certain foods that have more L-tryptophan in them because we don't produce a lot of this in our body, which is kind of ironic because L-tryptophan actually produces serotonin and melatonin. So, and if anyone knows anything about these two chemicals, we're not chemicals alone, by the way. There is consciousness behind everything, fundamentally. However, L-trip, and I've done a lot of reading on this because I've had an ulcer in my stomach, and I had to go and learn because I did not want to go and see the doctors because all they did was give me horrible pills that made me want to kill myself. So I
Yeah.
chucked them in the bin and I walked away from them and I went, okay, I'm going to do this a different way because I already learned as a child the homeopathic way of healing yourself. And that is through learning about what plants can give you. Whatever plants there are, every single plant will give you something to heal you in every aspect of your being. Then there's fermentation. And fermentation is also important when you're using different vegetables. And you can ferment many vegetables. But this is not, I'm not advocating or saying, oh, this is the way to do it. You've got to learn this yourself. You have to walk your own path. And
Well,
people can take.
I
Sorry, Tom.
honestly believe that the natural way's got to be a lot better for you than these damn chemical, uh,
Absolutely.
biological
Well, they're
DNA
not
or
biological. Yeah, but these
well,
things that they're giving
biological,
us in pills, they're
right,
they're anti-life. So
right,
if you
right.
go and look at what they call things like uh God help me here. So you've got antidepressants. Well, maybe you should go through that to depress. Depress. So that means that you are actually rising up. Depress means you're rising. So you have to go down before you can come up. So you've got to look at this and this is why homeopathy is amazing, because you take the tiniest amount of a plant and it gives the biggest healing. And it's that memory of water as well that comes into that as well. Right? Homeopathy is based on the memory of water. Literally. You can try this yourself. If you don't believe me, it's fine. But the healing, when you look at your world and what it gives you, the healing comes from all of these wonderful plants. And the strangest thing is that folk just want to spray these things. Oh, well, That's not supposed to be on my lawn. Well, hang on a minute, darling. That might actually give you some good stuff. But you want to spray it. You know
Well,
what I'm saying? Like,
the biggest example would be, and I never knew this till recently, is the dandelion. How many of us have been told, "Oh, they're
the
bad. You need to get rid of
dandelion.
them."
Oh my
But,
God. She
but
is the healer.
when I
She's the
understand, they're very
biggest.
healing.
Yes.
Lack of better words, weed. You know.
But this is the thing. Now, so I'm trying to help simplify things because we can get lost in words, and we always do. I'm guilty, and I put my hands up. But the one example of we are living in the Garden of Eden, by the way, folks. We are already there. When we stop spraying it, we will realize that we've arrived, and we're just walking around the garden. The dandelion is one of the biggest healers, and a lot of folk, they just go with their tongue. I'm going to just hint at the supposed farmer is yeah. Well, yeah, that is a definitely the Dayama. Not so spiritual, really. So I'm using that as a segue. So suck my tongue. No. Everything we taste should not be sweet. The dandelion gives the natural stomach bitters to heal your gut. And that's your whole gut. Hey, Joe. Welcome back.
I'm going to show you a 5,000 horsepower motor.
All right.
Go on, then. Oh, I need some of that.
Yeah.
5,000 horsepower motor.
So I showed him the knocker valve on the 7th floor, and then I later realized how big it was, and I put my hand up to it. Like, oh shit!
Oh my God, Joe! You better have a good woman, Joe.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, bless. That's good. Well, you send her my love, and tell her to look after you.
Always. Oh, Christina and I have known each other for 32 years.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's
Bless you.
We've been together for what now? Fuck, 20 years?
at least. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm only 39, so we've been together a long time.
Oh. That's true spiritual strength, mate.
Oh, yeah, I'm even going bald.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
Real love.
I say grow old gracefully.
Hey, we both know, Joe, that's not a bald spot. That's a solar panel for a sex machine, right, buddy?
Oh, yeah.
Joe?
Right, yes.
Joe, you got a freaking great dad, by the way.
Oh, yeah. He's a character.
Oh. Go on, show us this 5,000 horsepower machine engine thing. Oh my God, it looks huge. Oh, that's scary. Oh la la.
This is for the VCE, vapor compression evaporator. Big ass motor, man.
That almost reminds me of Deep Thought. Do you remember that from Deep Thought came from? I'm trying to think of the not Arthur C. Clarke. It's the other guy.
I've never heard of it. So.
Hitchhiker's Guide. The guy who wrote Hitchhiker's Guide.
Oh, to the Galaxy? Yeah, I don't remember.
Douglas Adams. Douglas Adam.
I read a
So,
good
is
book
it?
a few weeks ago. It was about like
Wow.
a scientist that had shrunk his assistant. And when he
Yeah.
shrunk him, he put him on a block of metal. And on this block of metal, he endlessly shrunk, but he experienced thousands of different worlds just as he ever
Wow.
shrunk. And the whole time, he's just on a block of metal. And there's just endless galaxies, you know?
What? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, you know we're energy. You both know we're energy.
Oh,
We're
absolutely.
conscious. We're
Yeah, this
conscious
doesn't
energy.
stop, man.
Yeah, for sure. Yay! I
All right,
like
I'm gonna get
this.
my
This is a
turban
great
rounds
conversation.
done.
You're a dude. Hey, Larry. You made a good man.
There, now we might be able to hear him a little better.
You're a bit low, Larry. Can't hear.
We might be able to hear him a little better now.
You might have to get who?
No, I turned Joe's mic up so I could hear him better.
Oh, okay. No, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. I love it. This is so important. Remember, who is doing the work to give you power in your homes, folks?
Yeah,
And
you turned your camera off, Joe. I didn't know if you knew or not.
it's all
Oh, I
right.
didn't mean
We
to.
can still hear you. We can hear you.
There you
Yeah, I
go.
didn't mean to.
Oh, you gone all pixelated. Wow.
Bunch of
Cool.
servers.
AI's mucking with us.
Yeah. Cool.
Wow.
So how long did it take for you to figure out where everything was?
What are those? What are those things?
These are
What are those
safeties.
things?
Or
These are
what?
pressure relief safeties.
Okay.
Right. So they're like a cap.
Yeah,
Type.
so this is on the 65 pound, which is our 50-pound exhaust on the turbine. So if it gets above 77 pounds, these open up to release the pressure.
Okay, so I want to say something here about what you do for a job, Joe. And I'm going to, and this is to make folks realize when they're sitting in their homes and you guys and girls are doing this stuff, keeping all this stuff, because it's the same here as it is there and in any other country. All the work these guys and girls are doing allow you to sit on your ass and talk on YouTube and wherever platform you want to go chat on.
Oh,
You
absolutely.
know what I'm saying? I think you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. It's easy to take things for
And
granted, right?
I really believe that, and I don't believe a lot, but I really believe that what has happened to folk is that they have forgotten how to actually work. And work doesn't mean bringing home a paycheck, even though that's what the system has now made so. It is about coming together. And I will keep saying this. When we come together, we can create amazingly beautiful things.
Oh, yeah,
That some
community is key. Absolutely.
person.
That's why it's nothing but division, right? I mean, they've been supporting division
Yeah,
at least the 40 years I've been alive. Shit.
yeah, Joe. Yeah, Joe.
Divide and conquer.
Hey, Joe, I'm only 16 years older than you. That doesn't mean I know more than you. I just know some other shit. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah, absolutely.
I think that's one of the most important things is to actually realise, stop arguing, and we can do wordplay all day long, you know? the realize, the real lies, blah blah blah. You know what I mean?
Sure, just think of like music or any tone, right? When a tone is out of harmony, what it sounds like, right?
Yep.
You bring this thing into tone, into tune, and actually create harmony. I mean, it's beautiful.
Absolutely.
So where's
And
this?
even a big machine like you're walking in amongst, because you're walking in the machine right now.
Oh yeah.
But
So
when
where's
you're in
this
harmony
motor?
with it, that machine will resonate. Sorry, Larry.
Where's this 5,000 horsepower motor? Damn it!
Oh yeah, the
I
5,000.
showed you. That was the first thing I went down and showed you.
Well,
Oh, was that before the cats?
Yes, yes.
Right. It is a big machine you're in, though, isn't it?
bunch of machines.
It's like being in a whale, like a metal whale.
Yeah, and I mean, to think what I showed you guys is fucking like I don't even, a tenth of the mill.
So where do you think the heart is of this machine? Where would
I'm in
you
it.
say the heart is?
I'm in the heart.
You're in
In
the
the
heart. Oh my God.
Yeah, this mill won't run without us.
Lots
We
of
can run without the
ventricles.
mill, but the mill can't run without us.
Wow. That's bizarre
Absolutely
that
the
I would
heart.
ask you that question. I just asked you that and you said, I'm in the heart.
Yep.
Wow. I got a lot of respect for you, man.
Thank you. It's a trip. I definitely
Real.
never thought I'd be doing something like this in my life.
Wow.
And I'm a high school dropout.
No, you're not. No, you're not. See, you don't learn. It's like, so I'm going to give you a really good, and you'll get it straight away. I'm going to give you an analogy. When you go with a driving instructor to learn how to drive a car, you haven't actually learned how to drive. You don't learn how to drive a car until after you get your license and you go out
Oh,
on the road on
absolutely.
your own. There you go. See?
Absolutely.
Exactly. Exactly.
Do
So,
those
I
numbers
mean,
on that? Do those numbers on that sheet change every day?
yes.
Some of them do. I mean, there's definitely ones that kind of stay right around the same.
Mhm.
The hydrogen pressure, hydraulic pressure, things like that change. But a lot of like these differential pressures on this guy, for example, like this has been sitting on 7 for fucking eons.
Joe, can I ask? I have a feeling that you're actually pretty good with numbers.
Oh yeah,
Right. Because you'd have to be reading
just
all
in my
that stuff.
head.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah, I've always been
But
very natural with numbers. But beyond that, I grew up in the
right.
hood hustling, so I had to be good with numbers.
Can I ask you something? When you were at school, that because I had this where they kind of treated you like you were stupid.
Oh yeah, I was in retard classes.
Right. So I actually learnt my maths again, like the driving license thing. I learnt how to use the numbers better once I left school because it was all kind
Absolutely.
of in a box and it didn't really make sense because you're not utilizing it to do anything. It's just on a piece of paper.
Yep.
I used to be really super good at math, and like in fourth grade, I was doing trigonometry and trigonometry and all the
Wow.
different things, and I could do
Wow.
all the answers in my head. And then when I got to about fifth or sixth grade, they're all like, "Oh, well, you got to show us how you're doing these answers," and they'd have me write.
Yes.
And every time when I wrote the answers out, I would get them wrong. But if I just thought about it in my head, I'd get the answers right every time. And oh, well,
That's all
you're
part of the conditioning, right?
Yeah, you're cheating.
Exactly.
You're
Exactly.
cheating. You can't show us how you're doing it, so you're cheating. And I'm like, what
Oh
the
But
fuck?
yeah.
we never see. I think that like the majority of folk actually go through this, the schooling system, and they get all of it. We get all of it, if you know what I mean. And then some kind of
I made some
falter
minor
and
adjustments on that hydrogen, Mikey.
go on, go on.
Does that stem still feel loose on the regulator? I'll touch it right now. Fuck, I may need a ladder for that.
So how long did it take you to figure out where everything was and where you had to go?
I mean, they feel pretty tight, Mikey.
He's talking to a workmate, Larry.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, unfortunately, in my situation, I came in when there was a bunch of retirements. So normally what somebody would wait 20 years to do, I had to learn in 5.
Right. Yeah,
I was
yeah.
firing the boiler in 5 years.
So, Joe, I was really uncomfortable in math class, and I had a really good math teacher. In fact, I think pretty much most of my math teachers were pretty good, and I just did not feel comfortable in that kind of constrained box, if you know what I mean.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
I went
I was
and
the same.
worked. Oh, well, hang on a minute, you'll laugh. I went and worked in a greengrocer's. It was really old school. So we had like a push button till. So there was no digital shit anywhere. So everything had to be done in your head. Like I learned maths. Really, it was there.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about. You don't need this nonsense, I mean, listen, I am not diminishing what you're doing, because what you're doing is you're giving, energy to a city, or an area in,
Yeah,
probably quite a big
absolutely. I mean, we've
um,
often joked about, if something ever happened, the reality is a bunch of us could come back to this mill and still give energy to the city.
right, because you know what you're
Like, we're
freaking
talking like
doing.
catastrophic things, right? Let's say all shit hit the
Oh, yeah.
fan, right? If we were
Yeah.
willing to come together, we could still get this place running.
Yeah, man. And this is my point about, see, I'm going to use a word here that maybe some folk don't know, and maybe you do know: agrarianism.
Yeah.
So that's like, it's bartering. You know what I mean?
Hey, what?
Being the agrarian. So you have a skill, I have a skill. I need something that you have. You
Oh,
need
for sure.
something I have,
I
and
mean,
we
that's
exchange.
kind of what bartering used to be, right?
Yeah, right. And they
Even from
destroyed
like
it.
a currency standpoint, it'd be more a skill based. I would
Yeah,
trade what I had to offer, and you would trade what you had to offer.
exactly. So, currency is us.
Sure. I mean, think about the word itself. Electric
Yep.
is currency, right? It's all the current. Money is the
Yep.
current. I mean, even
Uh-huh.
waves, electrical waves is a current. The
Well, we are.
waves in the ocean is known as a current.
Good, huh?
Yeah, but we are energy, Joe.
Oh, we
We
are,
are
for sure.
also. Yeah, for sure. We're at.
Right, so
And
even
in
these
fact,
magnetic strips that are in the dollars, these are to
oh
take
yeah.
your energy. I mean, think
Oh
about how
sure.
you feel when you get money. I mean, when you're poor,
Yeah.
you could be feeling real down. Just the thought
Mm-hmm.
of having money, you may not even have it yet. You're going to be ecstatic.
Joe.
Yes,
May I just say something? I
absolutely.
think that you need to do more of this. You need to come on here more and do more of this. To share your thoughts and expressions and experiences. You know what I mean?
When it first came on, he showed where he's got a monitor, everything. He's got like 100 fucking monitors he's got to watch all the fucking time. He showed a 5,000 horsepower fucking engine, dude. Fucking thing was huge.
Joe, you need to
Show
come
this-
and do more of this. This is really good.
Sure.
Because you are wise, man, beyond your years. And we're going to need folk like you all on our lands.
It's fucking huge. It's like 3 feet
You could be
wide.
teaching others. You could be teaching others. You know what I mean?
He
Oh,
is teaching
absolutely.
everybody right now.
Oh, yeah,
I know.
absolutely. I yearn for that anyways.
I love it. It's brilliant.
For
I
sure.
love this
Absolutely.
stuff.
Hey, Joe,
It's good.
Josh says hi. He just came in. He's watching you too.
Oh, what's up, buddy? Hey, we're hiring,
Hey,
Josh.
Joe. Nice to see you, mate.
He says, how you doing?
Doing well.
Mike.
This is great. Larry, man.
Yeah,
Larry
this
and
is
Joe.
badass. This is badass. I'm
It
enjoying
is
this.
badass. Total badass. Wow, this is huge. Joe,
Yes.
please put this on your channel as well. And you don't even have to have any sound. Well, maybe you should have some sound.
Yes, sir. This is a paper mill.
Yeah, I probably won't put it on my channel.
No, I know you won't. It's fine, but there's so much stuff, and maybe I'm a little bit weird because I do look at this stuff because I've actually worked in similar industries, not exactly the same, but similar.
Hey,
And
what, Mikey?
Look at that shit.
You got to get
Sorry,
two of
go
them
on.
in there.
Look at that shit.
He's talking to his workmates.
The bed looks a lot better than when I got in here.
Oh yeah, well, I hope so.
Yeah.
It's equivalent to 2 degrees at least. It's 76 right now.
Where's mine?
Joe, that actually almost sounded like music you going up the stairs.
Conference
I don't know
room.
what you did, but you're sounding
Sorry,
a
I'm
lot better
laughing.
now.
Oh, I'm back inside. And you were in my pocket.
We're in
Want to
your
go back
pocket,
to the
mate.
90s?
God. Oh, yeah.
Shit,
Oh, my
look
God.
at that. Wow. RCA.
Fucking VHS.
Oh, my gosh.
Here you go. Here's some internals to the boiler. So that's a steam drum. Here's
What?
the boiler tubes. This is a mud drum. The
God,
water
that's
in here is
huge.
constantly recirculating and getting blown down.
Right.
And then the water's coming up in here and steaming off in the steam drum coming out.
Oh, that's a huge setup, isn't it?
This is the power boiler. This is a small boiler.
So hang on, these are all
Here's
the-
recovery right here. This is the one we've been walking down. So here's the
Sorry,
steam
Joe.
drum up here. Here's
Right,
the
so
mud
they're
drum.
all layers. We're looking at different layers here. Are they stacked?
No. So right here, this is the whole internals to recovery. Number 4 recovery.
All right. Okay.
The whole boiler. Like if you were to look at an X-ray of it, this would be it.
Yeah. Okay. So the other ones,
These
are they layered parts?
Nope. So these are just. This is a section, like a cross section of the power boiler.
It's a blow up. It's a blow up of what you just showed. The bigger one.
The internals.
Internal.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
this one over here is a smaller boiler. This is a different boiler. We have 3 boilers.
Right.
I didn't show you the other two boilers. I just showed you the
Wow.
big one.
So what surprises me is how good of the condition of the paperwork is, that it's not being shredded yet.
Here's some evaporators, right? So as the liquor comes into these sets, this is 4-set, for example, it comes into
Right.
here at about 20%. And then each effect that it goes through, you gain more solids, it evaporates more water.
So it's
By
like
the time
a
it comes out of
massive
the
distiller. So it's like a
Yep.
humongous
Oh yeah.
distiller.
We have a big distiller. We have a column
Oh,
steam
okay.
distillation system.
Wow.
The column, it processes all our foul like odors and condensates.
So Joe, I'm not that stupid then, am I?
Oh no, absolutely not. You're very
Just by
very sharp,
looking
very
at it.
intelligent.
Thank you.
Yep.
Wow.
We have this was supposed to be a simulator room. They never finished it.
He was
Where's the
saying
lights in here? Let me see.
job offer from the University of Washington. Yeah.
Oh,
Said he-
this is
yeah.
older here, isn't it? This is an older part of the building.
I've been making like
Yes.
$50,000 less than I
It's
am.
got wooden doors and wooden chairs and desks and stuff, so it's
That's
older.
Yeah, none of this ever got set up, but it was
60
supposed to be a simulator room to kind of simulate downstairs for people training, and they could do like
Interesting.
scenarios and shit. But it just got left by the wayside. They probably wasted
Wow.
$250,000 on this and did nothing.
Oh no, really?
Oh yeah,
That's
just the software
terrible.
alone was 100,000.
Sheesh. Good lord. I mean, that's terrible. I mean, look at those cabinets with the big
Oh,
glass
yeah.
fronts. Wow.
This mill's old. It's an old mill.
They're old. Yeah, that's old. I know. I can see it. Interesting. Ooh la la. Huh.
What do you think? 50, 100? How old do you think it is?
Shoot, probably I think
But-
from the 20s, maybe. I don't remember.
Yeah. So about 100 years, roughly.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Oh,
Definitely. So it'll be around World War One-ish time, basically.
I can
I wonder how many times it's been refitted.
That wood's not been refitted, I promise you. You're muted.
No, I'm not muted. It's just you should be able to hear me now, right?
Absolutely here.
Okay, I was gonna say. Let's see. We'll do this.
But yeah, that's fascinating. And I know it might sound weird, but I really, really appreciate any that work in any kind of power facility, because without them, where would we be? We'd be treading the mill. We'd be having wind farms again. Proper wind farms. Old school. We've actually got an old windmill here on the coast. It doesn't work anymore. And various other ancient structures. I'm on the east coast of Scotland. And I've come back to the narrow land, and I don't know why I did. So I'm not going to talk about cats. I'm going to talk about the coast, because we have spring here now, and the sun is absolutely glorious. And then we have like 2 days of glorious sunshine, and like the birds, and they're singing in the garden, and they flit across the roof and go to the front hedge. And we have the gannets and all the other seabirds, the seagulls, and they're early. They're really early, and they make a lot of noise. But here's the thing to remember. When birds are singing in the morning, what they're doing is they're helping the plant's stigmata open. If anyone knows what a stigmata is on a plant, go educate yourself. You'll be surprised. And then you'll learn something about the interaction of what we are. And we are nature, and nature is us. It's that
Yeah, I just wanted
communication.
to thank Joe. Thank you very much for showing all that. That was awesome and cool.
Joe in La Cache.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
That was good. Fascinating. I can actually still see all those huge pipelines and vessels and capping things, and you start to, it's like looking at an engine, and I think because I used to fix motorbike engines with a mate, and I also cleaned all the tappets on my Bedford CF, well, my first car, the van. And when you start to look at that, that was like a macro version of a car engine kind of thing, but you're walking through it, You know what I mean, Larry. Okay, so we're going to go out of the engine, and now we'll step out and we'll go and touch the sky, and we touch the ground and everything in between.
I was trying to get my mic to work on my webcam so
It's okay.
everybody
I
could
was
see
trying to
it.
ad lib, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
Bless you. It's okay. Hey, it's always good to connect, and I appreciate it, and I thank you. Metaversally speaking. That looks like Richard Grove. No, it's not Richard Grove. It does look like Richard Grove. But a really beardy Richard Grove.
Why is
Can't hear it. There's no sound. That's Danny Skylark. I know, I've seen her around. There's no sound, Larry. Go on, you can do it.
And here's all the evidence right here. And the DNA tests and CAT scans, specimens, all quite available. And this is what freaked them out.
Mud Fossil University.
That is a hair follicle. All right. In us, you need, you could see them, but a nice magnifying glass helps. But in this one, this is a hair follicle. I have giants. That's where the erector pili muscle attaches right there. You see that? That's where the hair comes up the top. This is literally the hair. It grows down and then comes back up. That's the vein and artery right there. And that, my friends, the erector pili muscle on the other side is the sebaceous gland.
Larry. Larry.
Yeah.
Just pause it a second. I want to give you some kudos, mate. So, even if you don't agree with everything he says, this guy has got some real beautiful golden nuggets. So, he's fascinating. And he's an old dude, and he really has looked at a lot of stuff, and I've got a lot of respect for him. So, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about biology and all this other stuff, but I mean, even I could see what he was
talking
saying.
about.
Yeah, what he
Yeah,
was showing us, it's like with
yeah,
the
and it's
like with the dinosaur or the serpents, that are
and the
embedded in our earth.
trees and the,
I could
so
see their
right,
scales. I
and
could
so
see their
if you go
feathers. I
and
could see all that
look at the
shit.
trees you've got over there, look at the
Yeah,
trees you've got over there, right,
yeah.
and you go and look at these so-called plateaus, the plateaus, and like Devil's Mound and all that. They're freaking silicate
Dynamite
trees.
grows.
They're ancient silicate trees. And he even goes into this as well, you know?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And
Yeah, man.
some of it is of really humongous sized beings because the atmosphere, if you want to call it that, was way bigger on this, whatever it is. Right? It was bigger. There was just more. So if the atmosphere bit is bigger, obviously the body can be bigger. It's a no-brainer. And he talks about this stuff as well. And trust me, I have got bits of stone, and I have them now, that absolutely go with what he's saying. Right? You can see the crystallization of, different things that he talks about. I mean, you can't just jump into this. You've got to go back to the beginning. Oh,
Sorry about that. Hello? Sorry about that, Manel. I had problems. I froze. I had to go out and come back in. I hope you come back. Well, that's weird. Huh. All right, I gotta go let my dog outside. I'll be right back. I apologize for all the malfunctions. All right, I'm back. March 22nd is the first day of the year. What do you mean by that? You mean like summer or what? I don't know what happened to that video I had up here.
you know what is living inside your body that you have no clue about, like bacteria and extremophiles and all of these little creatures? Literally, are just crazy. Look at them. Look at these things. These are the kind of things that live inside and on you. All right, they call them extremophiles. All right, and guess what? If you were the size of Typhon, all right, who is this guy right here, who is the dragon in the desert. This is the size of his head and his neck. He had a red flaring eye. He had a regular neck. He had all kind of, this is exactly how he's described in the ancient texts. And if he was this big, which is this big, from here is his head, I just showed you, and his red flary eye and his throat coming all the way down. This is the runoff of all the bloody stuff. He goes all the way across Africa, from here to here. It's over 1,100 miles long. Now, what would happen to you, to the things that live in you, which are those extremophiles? If you die, they're going to try to find a place to live, and the ocean is a good spot. So they swam through this stuff and headed into the ocean, and then they tried to find whatever they could eat out there. And a ship and a bunch of sailors was a pretty good shop for them. Now, this is not the only dragon, but 1,100 miles long. Think about how big the creatures in his body are. That is, hundreds of thousands of times, I'm sure. I'd have to do the calculation, but you're talking about things that are just astronomically large. Tyson, who I work with, he's got membranes that he's been looking at that are 6 feet thick. 6 feet thick. In us, you hold it up and you can look through it like it was like a piece of glass. It's so thin. He's got them 6 feet thick between the top and the lower layer of these bilipid membranes. This is the sizes of the things have to be considered. Now, what are those parasites going to be like? They're going to be like whales and whatever kind of other things live in all this soup that's in this creature's body, digesting stuff, just like we have bacteria and all of that, parasites and everything else on us and inside of us. They're extremophiles. They live in these salts and acids and everything else, and they break it down and do that job. Well, when the thing died, all of that stuff stopped coming through. They had to go find a place to live, and the ocean was the best they could do. That's what this whole thing is about. That's why they're all over the world. They were seen, and when they went into the oceans, bang, there they were. And they were documenting them the best they could. And this wasn't that long ago. And everything I show, every single thing I show is on top of the surface of the earth. That fish is 100% on top of the surface of the earth. That dragon, 100% on top. All my stuff, I just went out and picked it up. You don't have to dig for any of this stuff. It all came from the Great Flood, and it was approximately 3,500 years ago, according to Velikovsky, when all of these giant creatures were destroyed. Now, I don't know how they lived or what they did or whose friends they had or games they played. No idea. But these were the creatures. I've shown them over and over and over again. Dragons with beards sticking off them, with feathered headdresses coming up here because it's Quetzalcoatl. And his feathers run all the way up the East Coast, all the way up to here in what they call the Green Mountains, because feathers make things grow green, and these are his feathers. And this is identical to what he is portrayed like in the ancient glyphs with his headdress, and he's spitting out this right here. And guess what this is? This is salt domes there's no accounting for why they're here. And this area here is what's called an area of hypoxia. He spit this stuff right out into here. I don't know why, whether it just happened when he died or whatnot, but it's all over here and it's flowing down from here down. All right, here's only 100 and something feet deep. Down here, it's like 5,000 feet. So it's sort of bubbling down. These are the creatures that lived here. Now, if you can't accept that, well, then that's good for you. That's what I say, good for you.
Yeah.
And reality is what I'm looking for. And then trying to draw some conclusion after I make my decision about what really is real. Because if you listen to professors, they can say, oh, the guy's crazy. He's insane. Oh, don't even look at that stuff. Well, I think I've shown that it's just completely opposite. And the ones that don't look at it, they shouldn't be professors. They shouldn't be teaching anybody anything. If they won't do their own homework, well, they shouldn't give anybody homework. And I found that's the case. Not interested in doing any homework. We're interested in just reading to you what we were told to say, and then we're protected because we said what we were told to say. If we go, and medicine's just like that too. They can't go anywhere off the side of the tracks because they get sued. The same thing in the academic range. They go off one way or the other. The peers cut them off. So everybody is glued to a rail. Well, I'm not glued to any rail. I can say anything I want because I don't care. You cut me off. It doesn't matter to me. So I'm just a voice in the wilderness, though. They can make you stay away from the rest of the world. And that's what happens to me for the last 12 years. And I see that changing a little bit. And it's up to you to make a change. I'm doing my job. I'm spitting this stuff out like squirting like a hose. And it's time somebody has to pay attention to it, or they're just walking around in Disneyland and smiling at Mickey. That's about it.
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles. The online action game War Thunder has received a major update.
Okay, once again, my friends, preparest thyself for sea monsters. This is the American Museum of Natural History. Well, what is natural? Well, sea monsters. Everybody spoke of them. So I'm going to go through all this speculation down to what was written. Now, the mythic Kraken. Hundreds of years ago, European sailors told of a sea monster called the Kraken that could toss ships into the air with its many long arms. Today we know sea monsters aren't real, but a living sea animal, the giant squid, has 10 arms and can grow longer than a school bus. Well, that might be big to some people, but not to me. Sea monsters. On the 6th of July, 1734, when off the south coast of Greenland, a sea monster appeared to us. His head, when raised, was on the level with our main top. Its snout was long and sharp, and it blew water almost like a whale. It has large, broad paws. Its body was covered with scales. Its skin was rough and uneven. In other respects, it was as a serpent. And when it dived, its tail, which was raised into the air, appeared to be a whole ship's length from its body. All right, and that was written by Hans Egde, Norwegian missionary, later Bishop of Greenland. Now, I'm going to explain to you what these things were, and they are not silly. They're not silly at all. Here's discovering monsters. When the Europeans explorers like Christopher Columbus set out on their voyage of discovery in the 1400s, 1500s, they were literally sailing into uncharted waters. Very few ever went out there, and the ones that did very rarely came back, I believe. Now, sea monsters were a concern for them, and frightening rumors ran rampant. Sailors' tales were sometimes the only first-hand information available about the ocean animals. These stories range from accurate observations to honest mistakes to outright tall tales. Obviously, you're going to have a whole spectrum of, people. That's the way people are. They're doing it on today. They fake everything. They make up big statements that they can't back. I don't do any of that. I try to be honest and true and show what is true and that I can support and back up. Anyway, so they have all these different observations. If one guy sees something, another guy sees it a different way. That's honest. That's not a problem. When they start making up lies and stuff like that's a whole different story. Okay. Even the most objective naturalist is hard to separate fact from fiction. Well, not now. My stuff is factual and it's 100% factual. Now, the meticulous drawings of sea monsters in European natural history books from the 15 to 1600s reveal the overlap between science and legend at that time. Well, science didn't understand that legends had a lot of factual information in them. Now, the age of exploration was when all this stuff was happening. The period from the 14 to 1600s in Europe is sometimes called the age of exploration. Adventurers set sail from Western Europe seeking wealth, power, and knowledge. That's towards, well, anyway, to the west. Before then, Europeans who wrote and illustrated natural history books based them mostly on older books, often deferring to Greek masters such as Aristotle, but as a new view of knowledge arose in Europe, emphasizing first-hand observation. That's what we need now. Data from traveling naturalists became increasingly important. In this transitional era, an author might present a newly discovered animal on the same page as the mythical creature, because they were here then and they were there still until they killed them all, basically. Now it says, don't believe your eyes. Many sincere sea serpent sightings were later debunked as cases of mistaken identity. Of course, they can debunk anything. Later, oh, no, that guy was crazy. For instance, several sea monsters' carcasses turned out to be partially decayed sharks and so forth. Yes, obviously, that's the ones they're going to stand behind and say, oh, well, you've seen my research, and there's nobody can deny it. And my giant human beings, 160, 170 feet tall, and DNA tested. So think about that. Now, sea serpents unmasked. All right, several pictures of sea serpents on old maps appear to be based on sightings of the oarfish or ribbon fish. See, this is it trying to make it seem silly, like it's just people are seeing things that weren't really there. Now, they actually did in the Library of Congress, they had a whole big thing in the Library of Congress talking about these ancient creatures on these maps and what's the deal with them. They had them from every country. Iceland, Greenland, all around that area, they were just loaded with them. And I can tell you why they had them. And I'll show you why they had them.
Recordings just got better.
Because they all
Hey,
drink
it's Dana
too
from
much
Stream
fucking
Marathon. I'm so
alcohol.
excited to announce that local recordings are now available.
Oh my god!
All right. All I can take from it is these had to be the creatures that were living in the guts or parasites like.
It's got some pretty interesting shit. Some of it's pretty fucking cool. I wonder if I can find the giant one.
The same guy did the fossil on the fucking thingy majigger. On the fucking whatever it was called. So today's the 15th, huh?
I'm not sure.
Okay, my friends, we are going to return to the day.
Look, you can see the fucking blood in this statue. Well, he says what, and I tend to believe, is that these were giants that lived here long ago, and the gods got, I guess, pissed at them, and they turned them into stone. So it looked just like somebody sculpted this thing or whatever. But look at that. You can see the fucking blood.
Days of yesterday year when I first discovered mud fossils and realized these things were not just statues and so forth. This is actually real biology that was petrified in some unknown manner and still unknown to me today. This is Statua del Gigante. And this, my friends, is the cartilage, and which is a tendon really that runs down to the leg, which is all covered with bloody red, muddy, bloody tissue down there. This is the guy's arm, and this shows that is exactly the muscle pattern, the bone pattern, and so forth in the arm. This was a living creature, and this is what the body looks like. That's exactly what we just looked at right there. That's exactly it. There's no difference whatsoever. 100% exactly identical. And nobody's going to put that inside of a statue. No, they did some work to his head. They put in some rebar to try to fix it, and all rusted away and fell apart. This has nothing to do with being repaired. That is a tendon. And that's his kneecap right there. Now, these other ones were also real. And like, look at this. Now, what is it? What the hell is that? Look at that thing. What is it?
What is it? He turned them into
Oh,
fucking.
it looks like some kind of sea monster mushroom stuck on some guy that's saying, "What is going on here, man? This is crazy." Now, and it is crazy, but listen to this. There was a guy called Ovid, and he wrote Metamorphosis, and he wrote that at the time of Julius Caesar. It was before Christ.
No,
Listen to what he had to say.
human part animal.
Right, here it is right here. Metamorphosis. This is a narrative poem. They call them poems. From 8 CE, the Common Era. So that's before Christ. Was, he was alive at that time, I guess. But anyway, this is all about Ovid. And he has all these different books. Look at this, book 1 through 15. Now, it starts off, book 1, the creation, the ages of mankind, the flood, Deucalion, who was also known as Noah, and Pyrrha, his wife, Apollo, Daphne, Io, Phaeton. Then it goes on, Callisto, and on and on and on, of all the heroes of the ancient times, the Titans and so forth. And he starts everything with these words right here. He starts this whole metamorphosis with these words. In nova fert animus mutatus decere forma scopora. Well, what does that mean? It means metamorphosis is a transformation, the underlying theme amongst the episodes of Metamorphosis. It's a transformation. Ovid raises its significance explicitly in the open lines of the poem, which is his works. In nova fert animus mutatus decere forma scopora, I intend to speak of forms changed into new entities. Those new entities include a great variety among the types of transformations that take place, human to innate objects like the Nile River, to constellations, to animals, from animals and ants and fungus and mushrooms to humans and hyenas and colorful pebbles. I mean, this is just insane. It's absolutely insane. They could control matter and do anything they wanted with it. And they did just for fun. They turned these giants into stone in all these crazy poses. Look at this guy. I mean, I don't know what's going on with that. I got to be honest with you. This is something very, very strange. And look at this. Now he's strangling a dragon.
This one's fucking.
That's a dragon's head right there that the water is coming out. They made a fountain out of him.
It's like he's holding the dragon's head.
Yeah.
And this is the Colossus del Appennino in Florence, Italy. Now they had some spots where they would, like
How
the
can
other
that
one there
be a real person turned into
in
stone?
France.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get that.
Fontainebleau.
That right there.
Fontainebleau in France
They're the
has like all kinds of crazy
real
things.
scientists.
Anyway,
Stuff.
I'm going to go to this video that I did 5 years ago.
Saying that was never a
And
real person.
because now there's all kinds of new information I have now about Apollodorus and about all of these different stories that were told that solidify all this stuff. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on and on. Now I have all the background information to support the things that I found and could not walk away from. So these are the things I found long ago. And I may have a different take on it back then, but I think it was pretty close to this now.
Close to what I've seen that this guy's shown.
What's going on here?
Do you have legendary heroes?
I don't have any.
Give him 777.
Before we get started, don't forget now, you should read Apollodorus. He was, I think, 180 BC. It was certainly long before the Christ. He talks about the theogony, the birth of Zeus, the war of the Titans, the Olympian gods, the war of the giants, and Typhon, Prometheus, and Deucalion. Prometheus was apparently the father of Deucalion, who is known. And Prometheus, they say, may have actually created humankind after the war of the giants and so forth. I don't know. But this is very, very deep. And this is all the history written from the ancient mythology, basically, of the Greeks.
Okay, I get what you're saying now.
She wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and gave it to Kronos to swallow. As if he were the newborn child. He was swallowing all the children because they said that he would have a son that would grow up and overthrow him, which is actually what happened. When Zeus was full grown, because she took him and hid him in the wilderness, Zeus was full grown. He took Metis, the daughter of the ocean, to help him, and she gave Kronos a drug to swallow. And it goes on. This is the history. There's Poseidon, the Cyclopses, Tartarus, the Titans, all in this one little thing. Pluto, Hades.
Oh, I got creamer.
I mean, this is some very, 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 very detailed stuff about. And here is the Titan smote with a thunderbolt and hurled down to Tartarus.
No.
Anyway, I'm going to go back to what the actual physical evidence I had back, like I say, for years now, 10 years or more. But in the last 5 or 6 years, it's gotten pretty seriously detailed. And now it's gotten to the point where there's very, very little that is unknown now, as long as it gets examined. So let's do some examining. Care about is having people understand this is real, it's not silly, and there are very deep ramifications. It's not a monkey bone. All right. Now, this is a colossus somewhere, I'm not certain where, but it's a giant, and it was frozen by a Gorgon type of technology long ago. And it's written about by Ovid they call him. But anyway, this is the structure. Now, you can see the pose. It's extraordinary, these poses. They have looks of wonder on their faces a lot of times. You see this architecture right here? You see that? That's the blood running down through the arterial side. Whenever it's red or rusty color, that's the artery side. It has what's called FeO3 blood, oxygen with 3 iron oxide with the 3 oxygens. As it comes down, it forces itself through to the other side where it comes back as blue blood. In mud fossils, it will show up as black. Now, you see this stripe right here? You see that? It almost looks like somebody took a little pizza dough or something and wrapped it over there. That is tendon. It's clearly different from what you see over here. And I'm going to show you the anatomy that'll show this. But anyway, the blood runs down all the way. So this is what we got. These are real. This I certify by Mud Fossil University as a real ancient petrified creature that was done instantaneously. And Ovid has all of this All of this is documented. So it's not something that is it's just a guess. I'm saying, oh, he must have done that insane. No, he wrote all about this. He wrote that they did this to make lawn sculptures, literally.
Yeah.
They did this and they posed these people and froze them instantaneously. That's what it says. All right, here's another one Aaron sent me, and it's just the guy's artery is they ripped his arm off. You can see the architecture of his arm and his artery bleeding all over the place. I mean, it's so unbelievable. I can't even imagine what was going on back then. But Ovid wrote about this. They told these guys, go up and hold this thing up, and then they froze them in place. It's just what happened. It was written about. Now down here, you see all of the blood flowing down. That's the part where I showed you before how the different types of muscle is darker here and separated and so forth. Now, there's the other foot. There's blood blowing out of that one. There's blood blowing out here. It was alive. That's all there is to it. It was alive. Case closed.
That's a dragon there.
Okay, I went back and looked at the video that I did, and I got a little carried away with the transition metals. But I need people to understand the transition metals, and here they are. And these are the only reason you are alive and breathing oxygen and doing all the things that you do. And every bit of your anatomy requires to have a full complement of these metals, and it's not only these. There's almost 100 of them.
Says that
You contain iridium and uranium, and all of that stuff is.
this guy says we can go out in our backyard, and he guarantees you, and within 15 minutes, you can find a heart, a rock that was actually a heart at one time.
Huh.
And he shows these heart rocks, and they look like a heart, but they look like a rock. But he shows where the valves were. I mean, there's actual craters where you could see on the top of the rock where the valve of the heart came. Where the blood vessel came out of the heart and shit. Pretty cool.
That raises a lot of questions
in your body, and it has a function, and it carries molecules
And this
around.
friend of mine,
Everyone
a bunch
has
of
a
rocks.
special
He's got a
function. It
heart,
carries
he's
a
got
certain
lung, he's got
specific molecule to do a certain specific job.
duck head.
Some of them may do your elbows.
But you can tell they
Seriously, it can be that specific. Some of them might do the nails on your body, and some of them the eyes and eyelashes, the thin skin, the thick skin, all the different things has to be built and structured and constructed from something.
Yeah.
And these are the ones that carry the things around to do the constructing and to feed you and to give you oxygen and to carry away the carbon dioxide. Without these, you're done. And if you are missing some of these, or they are weak, or they're in the wrong ratios, you become chronically ill. And the reason these things become in the right ratios is because your body processes the food that you take in correctly. And that requires bacteria, because the bacteria creates something that's called enzymes. Enzymes are literally chemistry kits. They're chemistry sets. And in one type of bacteria will say, well, my job is to create something that's going to go out and harvest.
I don't really get.
And if that bacteria is killed by an antibiotic, which is frequently done, you will not have copper. If you don't have copper, you may not be able to hear. You may not be able to see correctly. You may be itch all day long.
It's kind of
You may have joint pains.
Yeah, I just do
but
it.
you will suffer from some
And that's it.
chronic illness if you have too much of something or not enough of something.
Yeah.
And if you ingest things that are not natural things and they bind with these things that should be carrying something else, then you are going to be
Straight up. Especially
possibly ill.
Going around nowadays.
Or if they come in and they attack things that you need and they break those molecules and you don't have them, you are going to be sick.
Poison, a little.
So I recommended this for years now, and nobody will listen to me. I know I sound frustrated, and I am frustrated.
Oh, we'll get some.
I'm very frustrated, to be perfectly honest with you. I cannot believe
Fecal matter. Fecal matter.
the absolute
Name it.
Anyway, I'm not going to
At
go into
all.
this.
You smoke it,
I'm
you'll
just going
like
to
it.
continue on.
It's the real shitty shit, man.
The transition elements are absolutely required for your life and your maintenance and your health and to keep you away from the doctors. And if you don't, and all the foods you eat are these colors. They're just colors. The food you eat didn't come in these colors because there's nothing there. It came in colors because you need these things in your body. And the earth knows that. Doctors don't know that. They have no clue about this. Don't care about this at all. I can't find anybody that has any care whatsoever about this. Now, it could be just incompetence, but I don't know. I have no idea why they don't care about what the natural system of your body is. And if you have these correct chemicals in you and these correct metals, they will deliver and pick up the things to make your body healthy. Case closed. Now, how do you get these things in your body to work correctly? Bacteria. All right, exactly identical to they use in the waste treatment plants, heavy metals and so forth. They attach to the heavy metals. They know what they're doing. They know exactly what to do. Exactly what to do. But if you break them, or if you go in there with antibiotics and kill them all, and these all go home and you're going to be healthy, you just send somebody home with a death sentence. You send them home to be chronically ill. It's a fact. If you don't have the right bacteria in your gut, which is what antibiotics kills, goes right through, they'll kill everything, it's all no good. These will never be able to do their job, and you will be sick. And that's why I get frustrated, because all we need is to have a national or a worldwide database that says, all right, here's what the metals are that are in your blood. All you need is a fluoroscope to take a blood drop. It bloop, bloop, bloop. It says 27% iron, 6% this, and 1% of that, and blah, 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 blah. And there's 100 of them. There's 100 of them. Now, you match that to the bacteria that is in your fecal sample. So here you are. You got a blood drop. You got a little piece of poop. Between the two of them, that is your life. That is your life. Your life is based on poop. Bacteria. I just thought about that. It's so funny. I gotta take a break. Okay, my friends, I'm sorry. That just struck me funny. My father used to tell me things that made me laugh about. He used to say that everything you drink's been through the kidneys of a Chinaman at least once. Anyway, these kind of things strike me. Anyway, I'm going to go into some other stuff. At one point, I say I'm going to wrap it up here. Well, I don't wrap it up. I just keep on going. So, anyway, I needed a good laugh. All right, thanks. Just keep watching. It's really very interesting. And this is not a monkey bone. I keep saying that, and it is not. It is not just a curiosity. All right, you should really look deep into this. Go to Mud Fossil University, subscribe, and start learning. Because just go. Well, I say learning. Go look. If you see something, it turns you on. You think it's right. Well, maybe there's something there. Well, take a look. Nothing there. You will find nothing, zero, that is not supported with some material, physical evidence, or at least a very good story from the ancient texts, which I now believe are literally word for word fact. I mean, there's the things that they wrote, which nobody could have expected, like a dragon and a leviathan and all these insane things that we've been finding in Mount Fossil University. They are actually true things that were written, and they're true, like this, the Gorgons. Somehow they petrified these people instantaneously. What is that all about? There's a lot of study could be done. I think the academics might enjoy this if they ever got into it and let themselves devolve. All right. See you later. All right. We'll finish it up with the Colossus of Colossus of Apennine, I believe is how you pronounce it. And this was supposed to have been done in the 1500s. Well, it wasn't done in the 1500s. This was long, long ago where the gods were here. And this was done by the gods, and they added a nest on a guy's back in the 1500s. And I'll show you that. Now, again, this is the kaolin clays. This is all the red bloody stuff that runs out. I can see all kinds of architecture on the skin, the blood running out of his legs. He had on some kind of a cape that was on him when he first originally was petrified. Now, let's look at other pictures about him. All right, this is what it looks like. This is and all they did was they built this thing up on his back. That's all. And they put a little dragon nest up down there in the 1500s. The rest of it is 100% real. I've checked that thing every single way you can check it, and it is 100% correct. And Ovid wrote everything about this in Metamorphosis. It was very, very clear. They talked about doing it. They froze 200 of them in one day, and one guy was swinging his sword, and the other guy turned into stone so quick that when he hit him, his sword went twang, and he was also frozen at the same time with a look on his face of amazement, is what it said. All right. I told you I would make it extremely clear how different things have different transition metals in them. And this is what I've been pointing out to for years now. And I don't even think anybody realizes what it is other than the people that have been paying attention to mud fossils. This is a heart. It's an opalized heart. Now, opals form in blood. Blood is thick, thick, thick blood. Australia is slaughtered with blood. And the blood has transition metals in it. And when it's wet, these things, all of the body tissue, its natural condition is in wetness is to pass things in and out. It loves to move things in and out. It's called carboxylation. And it's carboxylation of transition metal elements. Every time you see a color, it's a transition metal. Every time you see it clearly delineated in these forms, it means that that particular type of tissue needs a certain type of metal to do its job. This might be vanadium, it might be copper, it might be whatever it is. There's 100 different transition metals. There's even iridium and uranium are transition metals, and they are in your body. And they do certain jobs. And the jobs they do are critical, and they just don't understand that either. They think they're just rattling around in your body. Well, they are not. They grab onto molecules up in your heart. They bring them down to your legs and extremities and your whole body, and they drop them off. And as that pH changes, they grab onto a molecule to take back up to the heart to add another oxygen to it. Simple as that. It's the pH change that causes transition metals to handshake and release. Simple as that. And if you don't have them, you're sick. And if you don't have them in the right quantities, you're sick. And if you can't get them and process them by bacteria in your body, you're sick. It's called chronic illness. So I throw all these things in. I can't help myself. That's what I do. But let's go back to the giants. By the way, I don't want to beat this thing to death, but I've been trying to get some doctor to pay attention. There's not a single one will. All you need to do, because I can tell you right now, these tissues have to have exact type of chemistry. You are nothing but a chemistry set. And if you don't have the right transition metals, you're going to be sick. All they need to do is to take a blood sample with a fluoroscope reading to find out the percentages and what blood metals are in your body, and then they match that up to a database of the average and people that don't have any symptoms, and then they would look at the bacteria that's your body from a fecal sample. Between those two in the database, and everybody went in and did that, before long they would find out what bacteria was bad and what metal it deprived or would not remove from you, and therefore the type of bacteria that was bad in you, because they create what they call an enzyme. The enzyme creates the metal. If you don't have the metal, you cannot drag the things around in your body for your fingernails and your ears and your eyes and your toenails, and all the things have different chemistry, and all of those different transition metals have a different chemical signature handshake. All right. I don't mean to get off on these tangents, but nobody ever listens to this stuff. They look at all these pictures and, oh, look at these giants, look at this and that. Well, there's so much more to this. In academia, it just treats it like I'm an idiot. This is not silly. You know, it's time to stop wasting the time with this. I'm not going to live forever. I mean, I want to watch it.
I'm not sure what's working here. Hello? How are you doing today, Danny? Let's see.
There we go. That should be working, I think. How you doing today, Danny? There we go. Now I should be a little better. Having some malfunctions over here. Well, that's cool. Been a few months since you've had your son. Yeah, things can be challenging at times, that's for sure. My thing's been doing some weird stuff here lately, and I'm not sure why. Oh. Oh yeah, you're a strong woman. You'll you'll get her done like you always do. No doubt about it. Orangine alone, any chance I get. That's cool. Why, thank you, Wolf Lady. How are you doing this morning? Good to see you here. Uh, I was thinking about quitting it, but I guess now that I have a couple people here, we'll plug along and see what happens. We'll go with the flow, no doubt about it. How'd your thing go last night, Wolf Lady? Anna, not Linda. Oh, Wolf Lady, Joe was up here today and showed us a bunch of his work. Inside of his work, it was really cool. He showed us the boilers, he showed us blueprints, he showed us all the screens he looks at. It was really cool. I thought you said they were supposed to let you out at 8 o'clock. What time is it? 8:30. $11? Why why are they keeping you longer? I thought you said they're gonna let you out at 8 this morning. Did something happen that didn't look good or something? Or is it just a precautionary type thing? Buster. You would say that even if you weren't, so don't go there. You won't need what after this? Guess I don't need any earphones if nobody's up here. Uh-huh. That doesn't make sense to me though. Why you're saying you won't need another one? Why won't I mean, I don't know much about the body and stuff, but I'm thinking if your blood got bad to begin with, something's not operating right or you're doing something wrong to make your body's blood not be right. So why wouldn't it have to be done again? I mean, I I don't know. Well, there's other ways to get protein too besides just meat. So well, I think the biggest thing is you need to build up your immune system somehow. So if your immune system's better, I would think your blood work would be better or get better. But then again, what do I know? Everybody that's in chat, welcome to chat. Hope you're having a great day. Who said they don't want you up on the panel? I didn't hear anybody say that. And to hell with them. It's my stream. If I want you up here, then I want you up here, Dab Nabbit. Do you know where they're at? And if they ever found a hotel? Okay. So I'm still not understanding who said you aren't supposed to come up on panel or they didn't want you to go up on panel. Okay. Hello? Hello? Oh yeah, that's mute. Okay. What's that one? That doesn't seem to change anything. Oh, my tone maybe a little bit. I don't know. Hello? This is weird.
Awesome!
The nurses said they didn't want you going up on panel. That doesn't make any sense. It's not like you're. Actually, I would think you're expending more energy using your fingers than you would be to just talk. I don't know though. What the hell do I know? Not much. Willow's hair is growing back. It's just real slow. You ornery? No, tell me it's not true. No, these earbuds came with the mic and everything. It was one complete set: mic, soundboard, earbuds, uh, boom, holder for the mic, wind guard, and spit guard, all in one. You can't hear me? Why can't you hear me? Hello? It says that I'm talking. Let's try that. Does that help any? How about there? Is that better? What? What? I don't want you. Why would I want you? Huh? Hello! Can you hear me now? Oh, yeah. How about it? Ah, I see. So once again, it's okay for them to film you, but you not to film them. I understand. Cat, no. You're fine right there. Yeah. Down. One. Cats are a pain in my ass. What was your name again? I think I've seen you maybe once before. I forgot. You know, that senility, how it works. Conveniently. Ha ha. Gemini. What's a Gemini? Huh. Cat, stop. What happened to Danny? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Chongo! Hey, you.
Hi,
How you doing today?
I'm a doing. How about you?
Without?
Well, you're not alone in
Uh-huh.
that. Remember? Uh-huh.
That was weird. Try that.
I don't like
Hey,
the echo sound.
why is that doing that? That's weird. Hang on. I did something wrong. All right, try that.
You're still. It's the mic itself that's making that sound effect.
No, you were sounding weird. This thing's been
Leave
doing
my shit alone.
this stuff has been doing some weird things the last couple days. I'm not sure what's been going on.
It's probably YouTube. It's always YouTube.
Well, like if I put my earphones on here, usually it works fine. But then when I go to show another video, like share screen, I'll have my speakers from like the stereo will be on the video, and I'll hear you guys on my earphones, and it didn't do that before. So, like I said, there's just some weird things been going on lately.
Isn't that just the way of life?
I guess I don't know. Different streaks for different freaks, right? And I'm one of the freakiest.
One of my nurses is the best. I told her she wasn't allowed to go home until I left because she's got short, hot pink hair with streaks of her natural gray hair, and it looks so beautiful. It looks like somebody dyed those natural streaks in it, but it's not. It's really cool, and she's just badass. She's so cool, and
That's cool. It always makes it easier when you got somebody you can get along with in those stressful situations.
yeah, and she was the first person I saw when I went in, and I looked at her and I'm like, all right, you look cool. She goes, what are you talking about? I am cool. And I'm like, hell, you and I are going to get along just fine. And then she was trying to find a vein. She's like, look, she goes, we can't use your arms because they're bruised up. And I said, well, why not? She says, well, bruises are broken veins and vessels, vessels. And I was like, yeah. And I said, I'm fine. Let's do this. She goes, uh-uh. She goes, you're not going to like where we're going to have to go. I said, fuck, where? She goes, you have a choice. Either we go through your neck or we go through your groin. And I looked at her and I went, huh. I'm like, well, I'm going to see my mom and stuff tomorrow. And we're probably going to do pictures. So I guess you're going to have to go through the groin so that way I don't look, all messed up from that. And she was like, oh, she goes, you're so thoughtful. She goes, but honestly, fuck them if they don't understand. And I said, oh my God, I love you so much. I'm like, lady, she was a Karen too. Her name is Karen. And I said, you are the first Karen I've ever met that has been this badass. I'm like, you are so cool. And she goes, well, I get off at noon tomorrow. And I said, well, then I guess I'm leaving before then, ain't I? She goes, I hear you're on kind of a time crunch. And I said, yes, I am. And I explained to her, everything about my parents and my Uncle David and Aunt Sheila, and, I explained everything, and she turned around and she goes, all right. She goes, I can get you out of here the earliest. She goes, 11 o'clock. I said, really? She goes, yeah, you're too stubborn to have too many things happen. I said, oh, wait, no, 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 no. I said, you don't understand. I said, anytime I have something happen or I do something, I have complications. And she goes, she goes, in your head, you're not going to have complications. And I said, you're so badass. I'm like, you're right. No, fuck that. I'm not going to have complications. And I haven't. The only thing I've had is some nausea this morning, and they just gave me something for it, and that's fine. And I said, are you guys going to make me poop? I said, because I'm on oxycodones. I said, it may be days before that happens. And she goes, well, when was the last time you pooped? I said, yesterday. She asked me that this morning. I said, yesterday. And she goes, let me feel your belly. And she felt my belly around. She goes, oh, yeah, you're full. She goes, you're going to go anytime. I'm like, okay. She goes, we can give you something to help you with that. And I'm like, no, because with my luck, I'd be out with dinner with my parents. And guess what? My ass will blow up. I said, let's not do this. So.
Let's just tell the whole world now.
Yeah, whatever. We've talked about pretty private shit on your channel.
I had to give you shit.
No pun intended. Oh God. But I do have to say, Larry, lately you have been looking, I think it was or somebody else who said it, that you've been looking spiffy lately. And it's true, you have. You've been looking really nice.
Larry, huh? Okay.
Mm-hmm. What?
What? You just don't call me Larry very often.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby.
There's no reason to be sorry. I'm just like.
I'm kind of fucked up right now. Hello. I know. When was the last time I actually called you Larry to you? Wow, that's weird.
Yeah, Erm's been, I guess, more or less patting me on my back and my attire the last few days.
Well, Erm better back off from hinting on you, because you're still my territory.
Yeah. I'm sure his woman won't let him go too far.
Well, you never know anymore, But the buck stops here, guys. Nope, 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 nope. That's my man, and I can't share because I'm a stingy bitch.
No, it's just you know where the goods are at.
Oh, thank God I was on mute there for a second. Because I started getting naughty there, and I need to not right now. All right. I get to put my meds to. They said that they weren't going to give me any of my pain meds from the hospital, so that I had to take mine, and I tried to explain it to them what had happened to me before, that they came up missing. And I was told, well, then you're not going to have any except for discomfort or whatever, but nothing major. And I was like, I'm like, well, then they don't leave my sight. They said, well, we have to take them and count them. I said, you ain't taking them nowhere. I said, you can get a dish, you can get whatever you need to do, and you can put your gloves on, and you can count them right in front of me, and put them back in the thing. And I'm putting them in my pillowcase so nobody can get to them. And the lady was like,
we'll have to talk to the doctor about that. And I'm like, there's no two ways about it. And they wound up giving me pain meds anyways because they had to go in through my groin. So,
Danny says, sending lots of healing energy to you, keeping you in my thoughts, Anna, while talking with the spirit.
thank you very, very, very much. I am in deep need of healing energy right now. I really am. Oh, and Danny, if you wouldn't mind sending a little bit of mental healing energy, good juju for my mental and emotional, because yes, my mother is coming to town.
Wait.
Hey, count your ass lucky, Larry, that you live, baby, that you live in Eugene, because your ass would be going with me and Aaron too to dinner or whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
For all I know, we may wind up coming out to you anyways. I don't know.
I doubt that.
You don't know my mother.
Yeah, well, let's just say if they did, they'll never come back again because soon as they come around the corner and see all of our friends down there at the corner, your mom's going to go, "Oh my God, he lives here? How could you ever come here?"
Because my baby keeps me safe and his badass family behind also keeps me safe and I keep them safe. That's how.
Here comes Josh. He said he was going to come over. Well, I guess he's going back. He said he was going to come over today and help me do some things.
Like what?
Like, I think we might start scrubbing the ceiling. I've tried a few times, but every time I get my arms up in the air, it just hurts too bad.
Yeah, I understand, baby.
Well, I did most of the cobwebs, and I wiped off some of it in the beginning over by the where the heater is. I figured I'd work from that way to the TV. I got all the. I don't know if you noticed last time you were here. Remember that all the dust that was on the ceiling from the air conditioning? I wiped all that off. Well, stop getting booted, damn it. Josh must be out of gas. He just grabbed the gas can. All right, baby. Well, take care. Get a hold of me later and let me know what's going on. Let me know when you find out where your parents are at and all that good stuff. Love you. What's a smudge? Forgive my ignorance. So, Wolf Lady, I bet you didn't know I had so many dress shirts. Considering I've worn a different one every day for this last week. Oh, okay, cool. Who what? So did you know, baby, that I had this many dress shirts? At least this way I know if my mic's working. There's only you and Danny in the chat. Well, and one other person, but they're not chatting. Whoop, lady. What about my mic? Look out, damn it. Make your picture smaller. What are you talking about? My mic makes my picture smaller. Have it on your mic in that way. What? Picture smaller. I don't think I can since I'm by myself. I don't think I can. Yeah, I can't make it smaller because I'm by myself. Uh, yeah, I can't make it any smaller, honey. That's the only thing I can do. What are you talking about? I'm replaying your thingy. I'm confused. I can't make my picture any smaller when I'm up here by myself. I'm full screen no matter what. No matter what layout I pick. Hello? All right. No. How's that? Lock up your video. I don't understand what you mean you backed up my video. You got two pages open or something? I can't hear you unless you're in up on panel. You're not up on the panel, so I can't hear you. Well, yeah, I'm reading your text. If I wasn't reading your text, I wouldn't know that you said, "Can you hear me?" And then you said, "I can hear you fine." Yeah, yeah, excuses, excuses. I'm not sure how you would back it up. Oh, you mean you went back further in the stream. Okay, I see what you're saying now. I comprehend. It takes me a couple minutes sometimes to gather the cobwebs. All right, you take care too. I think I'm gonna probably go ahead and end the stream. I've been here a little over 4 hours. I need to get some stuff done today. So anyway, everybody knows same time, same bat channel tomorrow morning. Not a problem. Everyone take care and have a better tomorrow. Bye. Ending the stream.